right. So welcome. Thank you for coming. And also thank you to FOSSY for having me in this talk. I consider myself a little bit of an old and new soul to open source. My name is Rhea Farrell-Shelnut. I am currently the Open Compliance Manager at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. And I like to talk about scalability today because more and more code is being developed on a regular basis. We need mechanisms to help us achieve compliance in our open program offices. Quick proprietary disclaimer, I did use Microsoft PowerPoint. I'm really trying to embrace more of open source in my life. I actually recently switched from using an Apple phone to a Google phone, so that's one area where I've tried to make improvements to walk the walk as well as talk the talk, but I'm still learning as I go along. Also, a legal disclaimer, I am a lawyer, but I am not your lawyer, and nothing in here constitutes legal advice. That being said, regulatory attention to open source is rising. We've had the Executive Order 14028 from the Biden administration, which has not yet been revoked. Even though many of the executive orders from the Biden administration were revoked, that one is still active. It is important to companies that are trying to sell software to the United States government because the Office of Management and Budget, in theory, will start enforcing having SBOMs as part of that contracting process. And within that contracting process, if you don't have an SBOM, then you may experience friction in being able to secure contracts. And a lot of companies do depend on the US government for their contracts to be able to conduct business and make money. Additionally, the European Union's Cyber Resilience Act, which was passed at the end of 2024, that is currently undergoing a lot of debate, a lot of horse trading and wrangling and discussions to implement the standards, which will then provide the guideposts and rules by which that particular act will be fulfilled. Software Bill of Materials, or SBOMs, are a big part of that diligence and compliance. So from a scalability standpoint, in a company that produces a lot of software, and for other companies that may be producing lots of software, you need scalable mechanisms in order to achieve your compliance. I want to be really clear, though, and this is because Bradley Kuhn did a talk on Thursday. SBOMs are not a substitute for compliance. They are a tool to help you with your compliance. And I want to be really clear about that because when you are dealing with code that has licenses, that requires source compliance, that requires you to provide those sources, you absolutely should be fulfilling that bargain that you are making as part of that license. There are a lot of licenses that don't require source compliance, though. So outside of the realm of the GPL, LGPL, Mozilla Public License, Eclipse Public License, there are many, many licenses that are considered permissive open source licenses. Those licenses only require that you provide attribution and give credit where credit is due. I like to call it the bibliography rule, where you wouldn't cite something in a college paper without providing your sources. Same thing with these permissively licensed open source components. You need to give credit where credit is due. Don't pretend the work is your own. The other thing about SBOMs is that it really came out of security compliance. It was never really intended originally to be part of license compliance. But I think it could be a marvelous mechanism for license compliance because the standards that can be used in SBOMs, like SPDX, have specific mechanisms and specific rubrics in them that allow for the inclusion of licensing information. That's where the scalability comes into play, because by having an SBOM that has all that information that even permissively licensed open source requires, the license name, the version, the license, the name of the component, the version of the component, and then the license text and the copyright statements, you can put all of that information into the SBOM, and it is so much easier to manage than an attribution document, which has historically been the way permissively licensed open source has been complied with. If you've ever looked at or prepared a traditional attribution document, they're painful. And nobody wants to read a wall of text that has license after license listed in it. So an SBOM, which is computer readable using a JSON format under the SPDX specification, that is so much easier to be able to establish policies in your company to align with whatever your goals are with regard to open source usage, and then be able to assess whether or not the developers who are pulling in those open source components are complying with those policies. And there's more that SBOMs can provide besides vulnerabilities and license information. It can be used to incorporate security posture information, and it can also be used to include health considerations. Next door, Dawn Foster's giving a talk on chaos. A huge fan of that project. I encourage you to watch her recording later or join the Chaos Foundation because it's a really excellent project that deals with community health analytics in open source software, and I kind of consider it to be a pre-vulnerability study. That's where I love the Chaos project. So there's a lot of tools because it's open source, so open source can help with your compliance mechanisms. The SPDX license identifiers give you that quick identification mechanism for the license utilized by the component. Clearly Defined is a project under the Open Source Initiative, used to be part of Microsoft. Microsoft donated it to the OSI. That provides a centralized database of important provenance data so that you can track down where the source came from for the component. It provides the license name in there. It might provide the copyright attribution. All of these things are really incredibly helpful when you're trying to assess what applies and then be able to reflect it downstream what you need to in order to comply with these licenses. Guac is another open source project under the Linux Foundation in their OpenSSF division. Guac provides security information and vulnerability data. The other great thing that Guac has, there's a guy named Jeff Mendoza who is involved in that project and also works with the Clearly Defined project. He created a lovely SBOM enhancement tool that will pull in the information from Clearly Defined and then enhance your SBOM with that information. It's a great tool for increasing your compliance and scaling that many hands make light work. People contributing information into Clearly Defined will allow you to pull that in and then assess it and reflect it downstream. And you can decide, based on the confidence scoring involved in Clearly Defined, what level of confidence you're comfortable with accepting that human-curated data. I mentioned that Chaos provides the health metrics. I consider those pre-vulnerability. I'm wearing these fabulous earrings that represent the Chaos logo, and I definitely encourage people to get involved in that. This talk is going to mainly focus on SPDX because that's where I first started my journey on using these open source tools to facilitate my scalability of open source compliance. SPDX is an international standard, and it does help reduce the work associated with identifying licenses because you can read it once, look at the license identifier assigned to the SPDX ID, and then assign that to a policy within your organization to ensure that you are repeatedly aligning your goals with whatever that policy is, as opposed to having to read the license over and over again and assess it from whole cloth. The other thing that SPDX provides is a stable place where you can always go look up the license text of any license that has received an ID from SPDX. There's a really flexible framework involved in creating these license identifiers. We use something called the license inclusion principles. So we assess whether a license should be part of the SPDX menu of licenses. There's a license review checklist that's available to help guide that review process. And then they've got some tooling that also helps in doing your compliance reviews. One of the things is a license comparison tool, and there's both a Chrome plugin that does this as well as just a website. You can drop the text of any license in to the website version, and it will assess how close it is to any other license that is already in the SPDX roles, so that you can see how close it is and where the license language differs. And as you're working with your open program office or with your legal department, assess whether those changes and differences are meaningful to you. So let's talk about the license inclusion principles. First, when we're reviewing a license in this organization, we look at whether or not it aligns with a standard open source definition. And there's a few that we can choose from. There's the open source definition from the Open Source Initiative. There's the free software definition from the Free Software Foundation. There's an open hardware definition available. I don't remember who publishes that one, but that's one of the ones that we'll also look at if it's a particular license that deals with hardware. And there's a few others. But basically, we're looking to see, are the 4 freedoms allowed? That you can study the code, modify the code, copy the code, distribute the code. Can you do those things? If so, it probably aligns with an open source definition, so long as there aren't any weird restrictions on it. The submitted license should not match another license that's already on the rolls. And that's an area that I am particularly enthusiastic about with SPDX. We don't need to have the same text that's in the MIT license ID'd 20 ways to Sunday with different names for each one. That just increases the mental load of trying to assess licenses. When you're trying to create a policy, you don't want to have all the cruft of having 20 versions of the same license in there. So we have a set of matching guidelines that we'll look at to determine whether or not the text of a license that we're assessing is substantively the same as one that's already in there. I'm going to go through those matching principles in a little bit. If a license has already been approved by the Open Source Initiative, then we automatically will provide that into an SPDX license ID. If the license only applies to the executables and not to the actual sources, that's not an open source license, so that will not get an SPDX license ID. Other things that we look at are, is the license text stable? So sometimes we'll get a license in, and when we go to do the research on it, we'll find that there are 10 different variants of that particular license name. There's 10 different variants of text associated with that license name. If that's the case, it's probably not stable enough to say this is the definitive license text that goes with this particular agreement for licensing, and it may not be mature enough yet or settled enough yet to say this is the license text. And that's really one of the value adds that SPDX is trying to provide, is to give you a consistent place to go where you can get the actual license text. And finally, we want to make sure that if we can track down the license steward, whoever wrote that license in the first place, we want to make sure that they are committed to keeping that license text stable and that they're generally okay with adding it to the SPDX roles. If for some reason they didn't want to do that, we would respect that opinion. So let's cover the matching guidelines. I want to be really clear that the matching guidelines are used for the purpose of matching licenses and license exceptions against things that are already included on the SPDX license list. There is absolutely no intention here, and we're very careful about this, to make sure we are not making a judgment or an interpretation of that license language, what rights are granted and what exceptions may apply or other obligations, other than to make sure those 4 freedoms are in there. We really just want to make sure that when someone is using a license ID, such as BSD-3 clause, that it is indeed the same license that anyone else who encounters BSD-3 clause is going to be getting the same license that's listed on that SPDX license list. And this is where the matching tool really comes in handy. It basically allows you to do a red line of that license against other licenses that exist in the roles so that we can then determine whether or not the changes that we see are things that even remotely approach substantive license interpretation. If they do, then that's not a good candidate for saying it's a match. It may be that that needs to have its own license identifier then. So things that we might replace when we look at that diff. If it's got a copyright notice in it. Copyright notices change because the author of code components changes. So that's considered text that we can block out as replaceable text because it's going to depend on who wrote the code that that license is attached to. The title of the license may change from one to the other, and that's again where we're looking at the text of the license, not the text of the license title, because the title is not determinative of the rights granted within the license text. If there are specific names similar to copyright notice where there's somebody's name in the course of the text of the license, that would be bracketed out as potentially replaceable text because it's not necessarily determinative of rights, it's just more metadata associated with that license or that specific component that we encountered the license with. We'll look at things like superfluous spacing or non-substantive formatting, spelling, and punctuation. And we're very careful here because punctuation can make a difference. If you've ever seen that book, Eat, Shoots, and Leaves, there's a cute little metaphor around that. And if the punctuation has a substantive effect on the interpretation of the license, then we're not going to give that text the same moniker that it matches with, even if the text itself is absolutely the same. We'll give that its own ID separate from the one that it matched with. And finally, there might be text that would be considered omittable. It's not related to the rights. It's not a restriction or an obligation. Maybe it's something like, I'd like to thank my mother for her support of me all through college in order to allow me to have created this component. That's not really licensed language. It's a nice thing to have in there, but you don't really need that for the licensed text, so that could be bracketed out as well. Again, the legal team that is part of the SPDX legal group is extremely conservative to avoid any legal interpretations. We're not going to assign the same SPDX identifier to another set of text unless it is truly that text. And of course, any legal decisions related to license language should be relegated to your open program office or to your legal counsel or outside counsel. We would love to have you join us and be involved in helping to assign IDs to licenses, because it really does help with scalability. It helps with being able to identify these licenses and understand what obligations attached to them. So there's a really simple 5-step process, and number 5 is really easy. Number 1, just read through the license inclusion principles. I covered pretty much the bulk of them on that earlier slide. But give them a read through, make sure you understand them. If you have questions, you can ask us. We're a pretty open group. Get yourself a GitHub ID if you don't already have that. I'm going to guess that everybody in this audience already has a GitHub ID. Then you can pick an issue, assess it. The first couple times you do it, you can use the checklist just to make sure you're hitting all the marks if you're nervous about trying to analyze a license against the inclusion principles on your own. And then you can make comments to accept the license, add an ID to it, or say it matches something that's already out there and this is why I think it matches, or this license doesn't really seem to fit the open source definition or whatever definition you're relying on. Maybe this shouldn't get an ID at all. And then once you're done with that, pat yourself on the back. You just helped make license compliance a little bit easier for everybody else. Our discussions are open. While we call ourselves the SPDX Legal Group, it is not limited to lawyers. We would love to have lots of people involved. We'd love to have open program office people involved, developers, executives. Gosh, it would be great to get an executive in just to spread the word about open source. We would love to have you engaged with us because there are a lot of licenses out there. And there was a period of time when the world was just going crazy with vanity licenses, and there were so many variations on a theme that we have lots of these licenses that are scattered throughout so many open source components. And it makes it hard because anytime I am reviewing a new open source component with a license that I haven't seen before, first thing I have to do is go pull up that license and start reading through it and think about, does this change how I think we can use that code? Does this affect our usage of the code? Does this affect our ability to distribute the code? And that's a whole cloth analysis that has to be done over and over again. By developing these IDs, I can start to assign the license text to those IDs and then to a specific policy. And then I can shift left and allow the developers in my organization to have a better sense of what aligns with our overall corporate proclivities. And you may be different in your own company. You may be more permissive leaning. You may be more restrictive leaning. You could be anywhere in the middle. But you decide what policies you want, and then you can assign these IDs to those policies. And that way you can inform your developers when they're pulling in open source whether or not this is something that's going to cause an issue down the line or require a deeper analysis. Our meetings are led by Steve Winslow, who works with the Linux Foundation, and Jelaine Lovejoy, who works with Red Hat. We do a lot of Fedora licenses within SPDX because Fedora is sprawling and big and there's a lot of licenses cited in it. We meet twice a month on the second and fourth Thursdays, and our invite link is available up there, so you can add that to your calendar and drop in. And we just talk about what we think about these licenses, and once we have a certain quantum, I think right now you have to have at least 2 lawyers in the group plus adding a license to make that final decision. But as I said, anyone non-lawyers included, can participate and have opinions on this and raise points. You can also submit licenses for review to consider having them added to the SPDX roles, and that's also an easy process to engage in. I'll be posting my slides through FOSSY, and all of these are linked in here so that you have them available to you to engage with us. And you can also work asynchronously. If these team meetings don't align with your schedule, anyone can log in, pick a GitHub issue, do the analysis, make comments, and if that's your contribution, that alone is extremely helpful to the group. We just need eyeballs on it. So consider this your open invitation. I'm going to pause here and see if anyone has questions. And I think we have enough time left that if we don't end up using all the time for questions, I'm going to pop over to the SPDX issue list and we'll just do one live here. Yes?
So I have a question about executable licensing and kind of the rationale for not including licenses for executables in SPDX. The background here is there's a lot of debate in in the AI space, which is where I live, on is an open source model a model? What is a model? What is AI? What does it constitute? And so one of the approaches that I've taken, which I'm going to raffle you in the hallway about, for figuring out how we do this for a nonprofit amount, is to think about like a model or a model output or a VR rendering or that sort of thing, like any kind of digital asset that doesn't have source as separate, it's more like an executable. So I'm wondering why those are just not included in SPDX. Is there a different way that we can manage licenses besides SPDX, or is there a better way? Is it just time? We don't have time to do executable licenses? What is the thinking there?
Great question. Let me try to recapture or summarize the question and then answer it. So you're asking, why are executable licenses not included in SPDX, especially right now with the rise of AI and trying to figure out how are we going to capture rights around things like models and output of models and the like?
Yeah, things where the source is clearly not released, maybe not releasable, but we still need to somehow create a license.
Okay, so first of all, SPDX under the Linux Foundation is focused on open source licenses. So I'm going back a little bit historically, pre the new AI craze that's going on. So focus on open source licenses. And one of the key things about open source is that the sources need to be available. So if the license is restricted and says it only covers the binary form and it's not going to provide those sources and give you a right to those sources, it's not complying with the open source definition or any of the other open rubrics that are currently part of our analysis framework. Now, with AI, there are a lot of questions. And when you talk about models, models are not necessarily protectable by copyright because they are generated based on the data and the weights. And so it's a mathematical output, and it's not necessarily human created, or there's issues with whether or not it's going to be considered human created. I mean, there's a wide spectrum in here. A variety, that's a great way of phrasing it, Emily, a variety of ideas. So we are just on the cusp of starting to discuss how are we going to handle things and identify licenses for this new AI world. This is a fantastic time to get involved in this organization because you can be part of this groundbreaking discussion on how we're going to do this, because AI bombs are also going to be a thing in our future. There's not just software bill of materials and S-bombs, there's cryptographic bombs, so C bombs. There's going to be AI bombs. As this gets more and more in the water, we're going to need some way to corral and wrangle and understand all of the rights and obligations that align with open usage of AI. To be determined, but come join us and we'll have some very interesting discussions, I think.
I
We're looking for the four freedoms, right?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
That's a
basically
great
you
answer,
wanna
actually.
make sure that all of your blobs, like every blob that's inside of your source is, governed under a license that was free to share. And, you know, that like that you were allowed to use it, kind of, and that your license is congruent throughout your, product.
Yes, but if I render something in VR and there's like a VR like rendering that I have created that I can then license,
Mhm.
is it an executable? Is it a rendering? Is it Creative Commons? Is it a picture? Like it's like how do we do it?
Oh, that's a good question.
It's a wide landscape,
Because if
and
you
it's
can't
really
actually
very
do it,
fact
but you can
specific.
maybe modify it. So I get that, but like
But modification is one of the four freedoms.
I know.
So not being able to modify
Yeah.
automatically takes it out of the rubrics we currently use in
Yeah,
SPDX.
Well, and do you mean modify in terms of source, or do you mean modify in terms of manipulate your end product? Because it doesn't have to be end product manipulatable, right? Like from a user standpoint, for you to be for it to be free in terms of the freedom, but from source it does.
So
Like, you
CCBY
have to
though,
be
like
able
so if
to
I have like an
edit
image or whatever,
so
right?
that you
Like
can reproduce it and do it again.
yeah. So but if I want to give something away that maybe is not easily reproducible, I still have to have some license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Right. So if you have an output and it has a basis in protectability through copyright law, which is where open source gets a lot of its
Yeah.
rights from
Yeah.
and leans into that, then if the output is covered by copyright law, then you might be able to use one of those licenses like CC BY. And that is a recognized license in SPDX, by the way. So yes, that would work. But
But somebody has
we're
something
going
that
a little
it's
further
really
afield
outside.
into areas that are not part of
Yeah,
SPDX right
yeah.
now.
And I think there's other question.
Yeah.
Alyssa,
Yeah, hi. Quick question. I participate in the Cyclone DX,
CycloDX.
yeah, Cyclone DX TC54 uh, working group, which is another SBOM
Yes.
standard. I'm wondering what you see as like the difference between the two and how they might be able to work together.
Great question. So Alyssa's question was, Cyclone DX is another SBOM rubric for organizing that information, and what is the chief difference, and then how can they work together? So I have to admit that Cyclone DX is not an area that I'm super familiar with. I really doubled down on SPDX because of its licensing angle. I understand that Cyclone DX was much more security focused originally, so it didn't have as much of the focus on licensing. And I think maybe they have that now. That might be part of the overall specification in Cyclone DX today. And there may even be tools now even that can translate between the Cyclone DX and the SPDX. So that's kind of one of the chief ways, having that fluidity where you can go back and forth between the different types of specs is one of the ways they can work together more. A lot of it comes down to also the tooling you're using, or whatever tooling that is, whether it's open source or proprietary, vendor controlled, as you're doing your compliance. If what you're using is not capable of ingesting Cyclone DX, or by the vice versa, not capable of ingesting SPDX, well, then you're kind of stuck with one rubric or the other unless you add in the additional translation layer. Eventually, I think there might be a future where they're really interchangeable, but I'm really not familiar enough with Cyclone DX to be able to say that definitively. And there's only so many meetings per week that I can manage to go to outside of my day job. Savvy.
I had a question, and I apologize if it's redundant. If so, what licenses does SPDX use in their own work, like in the way that the tools that you use for your project functionality, and the tools that your users would be interacting with? What licenses is your product under? Do you have your own developed, or do you pick one that's in your suggested list.
Can you ask that again? I don't think I quite followed. Sorry.
What kind of licenses do the products that the SPDX team uses to do their job?
Oh,
hold?
permissive. They're permissively.
Yeah,
I think they're largely permissively licensed.
I was curious if you had like uniformity and one that you all as like an organization prefer to use, or if it was like it's just important that we pick out of the list that it's a permissively used tool or whatever, and that you not be using like.
Well, the license list is permissively licensed itself, so you are free to use that and duplicate that.
Yeah,
Give attribution to it. It's under the Linux Foundation. I don't know the specific tools that they have in their toolbox. The license comparison tool, for instance, I think it's permissively licensed, but don't quote me on that. It could also be GPL. I mean, it's the Linux Foundation, and Linux is under the GPL. So I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but you could probably just look up their GitHub repo and find out.
Absolutely.
Let me pull up here. So here's the SPDX license diff tool. Let's just look up the license right now.
We're still looking at the presentation.
Oh. Wow, that's interesting. Why didn't it switch?
Maybe you have to get out of presentation mode.
Oh, okay, thank you. I will see if that works. All right, so nope, still not showing it. I don't understand why that's not coming up. Must be some kind of blocker. So anyway, I'll just look up the license and tell you right now. Actually, all right, I was incorrect. It's the SPDX license diff tool is under the GPL v3.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
So just saw that. But this is a bummer now because now I can't show the demo that I wanted to show.
That is disappointing.
How do I do that? Does anyone know how to use these
Want me to
tools?
come see if I can help?
Sure.
I don't think
I was going to take you guys through an actual SPDX live example.
I don't think I have any particular skill in this, but
The
do you
video,
have like a multiple?
the video people are over there. Maybe they know.
Because like this is not even what's on your computer right now.
Yeah, which is why it's weird. I haven't seen this as a sharing thing before. I had my PowerPoint up and that was working just fine. And then I was going to do a live demo and what's on my computer is not showing up on the screen. So I'm not sure why that is.
Oh, interesting. Looks like, I'm going to try to hit a command here. You're in extend mode. If I
Oh, okay.
duplicate.
Oh, right. Awesome. You're fantastic. Thank you.
It's like keyboard shortcuts, I gotta just keep memorizing.
Excellent. All right, so let me just show you the license list. Here's the SPDX license list, and this is our issue list of things that we're currently evaluating. These are all requests to consider assigning an SPDX ID. And I've got it filtered right now on issue state open. Let me clear these filters. I think I had it filtered. All right, so at any rate, these are all the open issues. So what you can do is look at the new license exception requests and filter down to that so that you just get those ones. And that helps you just sort of sort through the list. Let's pick an MIT one because that should be reasonably easy. This is MIT-synopsis license request. So someone submitted this, and the name of the ID that they've requested is MIT-synopsis. The license steward is Synopsys. That is the owner of the Black Duck scanning software, or at least it used to be. I think Black Duck actually spun out of Synopsys, and they're no longer part of Synopsys today. They've claimed it is a permissive license with conditions similar to MIT, but with specific disclaimers and attribution requirements. And then they provide the license request URL, which should have my license language in it. So let's check the URL out. That has some of the metadata we already discussed, but then we get the text. So I'll give you a moment to look through that text. And do I need to make it a little larger? Yes, feel free to come up closer if you want to take a look. Or this is the request 463. Feel free to open up your computers if you have them, or pull it up on your phone and you can follow along with me. So this says the Synopsys DWC Ether QoS software driver and documentation here and after software is an unsupported proprietary work of Synopsys Inc. unless otherwise expressly agreed to in writing between Synopsys and you. That already starts to make me wonder, what does that actually mean? Because if they're claiming this is an unsupported proprietary work, that doesn't sound terribly open source to me. Exactly.
Well, it's expressly proprietary.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's expressly saying it's unsupported proprietary software. Then it continues, the software is not an item of licensed software or licensed product under any end user software license agreement or for the licensed product of Synopsys or any supplement thereto. So what it seems to be saying is, this first sentence seems to be a disclaimer saying this particular driver is a proprietary work, but the software to which this license is attached is not part of that licensed product or that software. Little confusing, but
I don't like that.
yeah, I agree. It sounds a little confusing. And then it continues on to say, permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of this software with a small s instead of software with a capital S, which is the driver software that they referenced in the first sentence. Obtaining a copy of this software annotated with this license and the software to deal in the software without restriction, including without limitation, the rights to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, sublicense, and or sell copies of the software. Software now with a capital S in later sentences here. And to permit persons to whom the software is furnished to subject to the following conditions. The above copyright notice and this permission notice shall be included in all copies of substantial portions of the software. The software is being distributed by Synopsys solely on an as-is basis, and any express or implied warranties, including but not to limited the implied warranties of merchantability, fitness for a particular purpose, are hereby disclaimed. In no event shall Synopsys be liable for direct, indirect, incidental, special, exemplary, or consequential damages, including but not limited to procurement of substitute goods or services, loss of use, data, or profits, or business interruption, however caused, and on any theory of liability, whether in contract, strict liability, or in tort, including negligence or otherwise, arising in any way out of the use of the software, even if advised of the possibility of such damage. That's such a mouthful. Although, I will say that outside of those first couple of sentences, if I just highlight the rest of this sounds relatively close to the MIT license. I'm going to just run a quick diff. So I'm going to use my handy Chrome tool here and see just how close is the rest of the language to something already in the SPDX rules. So I can see here that it looks like it's got a 78.9 match with the MIT test rejects variant, or MIT test rejects. Oh gosh, it disappeared on me. I think I held it down too long. Let's try that again. Oh, there I didn't select the text first, so. Let's try this again. Well, you did see that it was a 78% match with the test rejects license. Okay, so most of this sounds okay, except that first sentence still really bothers me. When I see that first sentence, I'm really questioning what the scope of permission is and whether or not I'm really getting full rights. If I look at the, I think it is the, where's my matching guidelines? the candidate analysis list. I will look at and say it must not match a license already on the SPDX list. It doesn't match. I've already pre-tested this, so I'll tell you right now, it is not an OSI license. I did look at that up, and I'll do it for you here. Here's the OSI website. I can test MIT synopsis. No licenses found. So it's not an OSI license. Let's go back to where we were in here. So in terms of the specific text, that first sentence still really bothers me from an open source perspective. So I'm going to say that this one is probably not a great candidate to get an SPDX ID. I'm not entirely clear, and this is where we're going to be very conservative. If we think that there is anything that requires legal interpretation, we don't want to touch that. We want to make sure it's left to you and your lawyers to determine what you feel about that. But I'm going to just highlight this language here, and then I'm going to comment in the actual issue that this seems like an odd restriction and not inclined to add. I'll make that comment. And there I just helped SPDX have some further data on which to analyze this license.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
In that problematic first line, when they're saying unsupported, do they mean like they no longer, that implies that their project no longer provides like tech support or like update support, right? Like for moving forward with the code that is unmaintained, basically?
I have no idea what that means. And it's really outside of the scope of the SPDX review. It's not part of the SPDX review to assess that type of language. But what I'm concerned about are the terms that this is proprietary, a specific statement that this is proprietary software. That does not sound open source to me, so that's just where I cut it off.
Oh, definitely. I just wanted to know if you knew like how they meant it. Thank you for
No, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And for the recording, the question was, what did I think of the word unsupported in that license text? But it's just outside the scope of what we're going to analyze.
Absolutely.
So what's the next step after you put that comment?
We'll have a meeting. We have twice a month meetings. And so when we gather to meet, we'll look through the comments that people have posted on the licenses. You are welcome to come to the meeting and then be able to advocate for yourself and talk about.
So you don't change the status of this?
No, I do not. I don't want that kind of power.
And how did this, how did the license show up on the list of issues?
You can do a pull request or file an issue. There's a template where you can add a license for consideration to get an SPDX license identifier. And once you do that, it shows up as an issue on our list, and then we analyze it, we comment on it, and when there's enough comments, we'll debate it within one of our meetings and then either make a decision as a group to give it an SPDX ID, say, thanks for submitting this, but it's really textually equivalent to another license that's already out there, or it doesn't get an SPDX ID.
But somebody thought that this was appropriate for an SPDX ID.
Somebody did.
Yeah.
But anyone can file an issue, whether or not it will be added. We do provide our license matching guidelines. They're all publicly available, as you just saw. So we do encourage people to at least look at those guidelines, because if your license doesn't match that, we're probably not going to give it an ID. All right, we are at time. I am happy to take questions and talk in the hallway, but I'll go ahead and close this out for now. And thank you for your time. I appreciate having both of you. Good questions, too.
Hey, Rio, would you be willing to be put in touch with one of the board members of the localized DACA chapter about possibly speaking at one of our events?
Sure.
Graham,
Also,
What else next to
if
it?
you.
Oh, great.
could you go to farmer's market?
Yeah,
That's
I
good.
have to find where Ildiko is, and then,
Yeah.
I'd love to go.
Okay, I have to go back.
Mexico, tell her, we'll walk out in the hallway and hopefully
Okay.
we'll all gather up here.
Okay.
Is that a drink? I don't know what that is. Is that a drink? And if it is it your drink?
It's not my drink.
Okay.
It is a drink. I don't know whose it is.
I'm
And
gonna get rid of it because I don't like how close it is to their speaker equipment.
Yeah.
yeah,
Unless it's
just wanna make sure.
full.
Oh, I need my cord.
Oh, this is, okay, it's a full water for the speaker, I got it.
Oh, how nice.
Maybe it was there for speaker. Maybe they put it
Yeah.
for speakers. Speakers have water. I don't know.
Oh, FYI, FSF had not had a presence here the last 2 days, but they sent their licensing guy, Craig. So if you need to talk to them about any stuff for work or whatever, Craig's floating around.
Oh, nice
His,
to know.
his usual, socially
That's
awkward and
great.
kind of sweaty, but really nice self.
I love what you just said, all of it. It was very funny. Okay. So I can imagine probably.
You know, like we're girlfriends here, like.
Yeah, I can say this. No, like that's like good to do.
wondering at what point chairs show up at the front of this room.
My guess would be is when we move them there.
That's what I was roughly thinking, yeah.
It'd probably be least disruptive if we just disassemble the first row.
Possibly, or I was actually wondering if I should steal the last row so that people are closer.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because these look like they're somewhat loose.
How many do we need?
Well, I think we're going to want 5. Here's one, so I'll use that.
How far are you along in your Scottish residency journey?
Have engaged a immigration law firm to like walk through the process with me and help me get everything done. Have a lot of paperwork to do, and in the meantime, I'm working through the process of getting my house ready for sale and various other things, and have confirmed with my current client that they will happily keep paying me, and in fact will happily change my currency of payment to pounds if I ask.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that will make it convenient. I had we did a scouting trip to the UK to start figuring out where we wanted to be and answered those questions, and started talking to banks about like getting mortgages. Turns out that getting paid in pounds will actually make a big difference, because if you are paid in anything other than pounds, then they automatically discount your income on the assumption that they don't want to be on the hook for currency conversion. So they just assume your income is 10 to 20% less if you're paid in anything other than pounds.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So things like that. But yeah, lining up a lot of the logistics, but I still have a lot of visa paperwork to do.
Is it a challenge to get a work permit and stuff there, or is it just I mean, is there like a chance they'll be like, nope, sorry? Or
I mean, there's always there are 2 paths that I can potentially go. I am currently trying to apply for the much better path, and there's a more likely chance that they say, I'm basically applying for the UK equivalent of the US O1. I don't know if you're familiar with the US visas. The O1 is the visa that was originally created in the US for like, you're a Nobel Prize winner, you're like top executive of a company, whatever. But it turns out there's enough capacity and it's reasonable enough to get that if you're like a senior level software engineer at most companies, you can probably get an O1.
Skilled special worker.
Exactly. I mean, it is colloquially called the genius visa, but
right.
It is not. The standards are lower than you would think for that. It is mostly, we want you to not be trivially replaceable by anybody in this country.
Right. Yeah. They
like
use
you have
use
unique
the same
talent.
one for like performers.
Yes,
singers
absolutely. So the UK equivalent, they have the global talent visa, which is basically independent of any employment you have, you are a net asset to whatever country you're in, so we want you here. So I'm trying to apply for that, and if I can make the case for that, which I think I can, because I've got, a lot of prominent folks I can get endorsements from, and I've got a very prominent position in some open source projects, including Rust, and I can show how important Rust is. Like, if I can make the case for that, then it has the advantage of it's a visa that is completely independent of employment, so I can change employers and keep the same visa and not have to reapply for anything, and that it has a pretty fast path to citizenship. It's 3 years and you can apply for permanent residency, and then very quickly after that you can apply for citizenship. But if I can't get that one for some reason, then I will end up lining up some opportunity with a UK company and applying for a work visa, and then reapplying regularly for the global talent when I've got more evidence to show for that.
Sure.
We'll have to see.
Are there any UK companies that you're associated with that you can?
Not at the moment, but I have some good contacts with a few that I could try to rustle up. So like ARM employs a lot of Rust people. I could
Yeah.
probably chat with ARM and see if they'd be willing to. I think the tricky thing and the reason why I don't currently primarily work for companies in the UK or Europe is they don't pay very well.
Right.
So I am sure that ARM would be happy to hire me very rapidly, and the question is if they would pay my going rate.
Well, I mean, probably not, but can you revise your going rate if you're living in Scotland instead of the United States?
But I don't want to revise my going rate. Like, if I had to get a temporary lower paying job to qualify for a visa while continuing to make my actual money by consulting for US companies, so be it. But like, in an ideal world, the actual application I would like to file is, you know, I would rather pay the 50% of my large salary to you in taxes than to the US. Isn't that good enough? But unfortunately, that's not a visa application.
Yeah.
That should be a visa application.
Right.
But, yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I will happily work for a company anywhere in the world. I have consulted with companies in various places, but at the end of the day, there's US rates and there's European rates, and my current rate is a US rate.
Yes. No, that makes sense. The last company I worked for, we had a lot of Canadian employees, and we paid them at US rates.
Yep.
Which was great for those employees, but it took a while. Like when we realized, when the company finally realized, we're like, oh, is this why they get paid less? And yeah, because they had a lot more employment protections. So there's more stability with those jobs. American rates include a premium on the at-will employment.
No, I get that, yeah. But honestly, like, for my own business, I fully intend to pay, here's the rate. It applies wherever you are in the world.
No, right, yeah, it's the same rates. It's
I'm
part of the
absolutely
reason
going to do that.
The Portland bump, all the people from New York City that moved out to Portland, right, is like, keep your New York rates,
Right.
move to Portland, right? Like that's a,
I mean, I'm not planning on paying, you know, San Francisco or New York rates, but I'm planning on paying basically like senior Portland rates
Right.
for everybody in the world. Where it's like, if you choose to live in one of the top 10 most expensive places in the world, this might be less than what you could get locally there. For 98% of people in the world, this will be better than your local rate.
Right.
And I'm okay with that. I would like to, you know, just pay 95th, 98th percentile rates for everyone, and, you know, I don't care what your cost of living is.
yeah, no, that makes sense. And for a company, especially if you're hiring remote workers too, it's
Yeah.
like, part of the reason why you should pay people who live in New York and San Francisco more is like, well, do you need them to be in New York and San Francisco? Because
Right.
at that point,
If they have to have the deal with the cost of living, if I am paying for remote work, then it sure is your choice if you want to live in a, you know, apartment on Central Park. That part is not my problem.
yeah, we did introduce, the last firm I was at introduced, location adjusted pay, but it was, if you live in New York and San Francisco, sorry, like, we're
Yeah.
not paying zone 1 rates.
Sure.
But if you live in Alabama, we're not paying you Alabama rates. It was like, we had like zone 2 rates and like zone 3 rates. If you were in Boston, Hartford, Portland,
Yeah.
paid you a little bit more than if you were in Albuquerque or Houston. But if you were in Birmingham, like, good for you. Like, we're not gonna pay you 20% less than that. It was
Yeah,
30.
exactly. I don't see any benefit to doing that in that, first of all, so much of work is remote these days, and I am very, very well aware that I'm competing with a lot of companies who will, you know, pay you the same rate regardless. And also, there's a lot of different strategies for like how to hire and retain people, and I am a huge fan of the strategy of build a good enough product that people want to work there, pay them enough that money is never the reason they want to leave. I would rather have a third as many employees making 3 times as much and have them be the people that they have no desire to ever leave, because why would they want to do anything else?
Yeah.
And that is not the employee where you're trying to like make more margin by paying them 10% less because of where they live. like, I am not in the business of nickel and diming employees. I want to, just grab the top tier people that I can get.
Well, yeah, and you're right, there's a difference, it depends what kind of
Just
business
like
you're
right
in.
before
Yeah.
I mean, so many companies, I think this is true, like, there's like, companies just don't last that long, right? There's not a lot of companies that last more than 2 years. And a lot of companies do seem to get to a point where it's like, now run by MBAs.
Again, as of this
CPAs.
project, Addison
Yeah, and they're
Duncan, if
looking
I
at,
didn't
they're
mention
looking
the
at how to squeeze the nickel out of things, like, well,
Closely related, I'm also not taking funding.
the company that came out of this was, it was innovative, right? It did something special and unique.
Yeah,
And the
absolutely.
reason why it was successful was because it was adding a lot of value. They're in the business of doing innovative things, that's why they're successful.
Yeah.
It
Look at
comes,
the
but
first,
at a point it becomes a company that's like, you're now in the business of being as efficient as possible.
turn the crank, get money out.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's a very different business to be.
Absolutely. And yeah, obviously, like, from a technological point of view, everybody aspires to this and, big talk, prove it. But like, from a culture point of view, what I want is first 5 to 10 years Google. Like, we hire the best people, we are paying them accordingly, nobody wants to leave, and this is not our primary problem. Our primary problem is having a good enough filter process. Like, if you are building a good enough company, your hiring process is, how do we filter the giant mountain of resumes that come our way? If you are building a worse company, then your problem is, why don't we get any, people applying here? I know which problem I'd rather have.
Yeah. Well, that becomes harder too, right? Because there's the finding, you want to hire people at that point. It's not necessarily skills, and
Oh yeah.
it's hard.
People
right?
can learn. I want the people who are diligent, bring other people up around them, non-toxic, skilled in the I can learn fast sense. Like, there's a reason why Google's hiring process was emphatically, we don't care if you already have the skill we need, we care how fast you learn things and how general purpose you are and how, like, fungible you are for 10 different jobs you could do.
Yeah, the problem with that, with all hiring though, is like, some people are really good at interviewing.
Sure.
And that was the thing, I was always just like, I really don't like hiring people whose primary skill is being good at interviewing. I would much rather figure out how to hire someone who's terrible at interviewing,
I totally
but is
get that.
good at adding value, but it's just so hard to do that.
I don't look forward to scaling to the point where I need to hire people I don't know. Like, right now, I am so small that I am fully in the realm of everybody I'm gonna be working with for the next 20 or 30 hires will all be, yeah, of course I personally know your work extremely well, and like, what will it take to get you on board? And I don't look forward to scaling a company past the limit of number of really, really good people I know. I want to build a company that big, but I want to do it by like, okay, fine, how many people do you know, or how many people do you know? Much more so than, this is a random resume, has anybody in the company ever heard of this person? Like, I am not worried about trying to hire that, and I don't really want to be in that business. I'll probably have to be at some point, but that's not a fun space to be in.
Size, there's certain consequences that dictate
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
The last company I was at, I got hired, I mean, they had lots of employees before it, but there were already 35 employees at the company when I got hired there.
Yeah.
And when I left, it was, I don't remember what it was, somewhere around 175 or 200 in that neighborhood. And it was tough because I think it's around 75 people, I felt like. It was always an HR issue. Not necessarily like a bad thing, right? But like, people's personal lives matter to them.
Sure.
And they're still people when they come to work. And when I have 75 employees, I felt like there was always something that we needed to deal with
Sure.
employees. Like,
That's a
somebody was
different thing.
pregnant. But it also was like, you really need to start thinking about processes that scale, and the company stopped being, everyone in the
Stops
company.
being ad hoc.
Yeah, everyone in the company felt comfortable just reaching out to the CEO and being like, I don't like what's happening, or I want to
Right.
talk about this, and it turned into, we needed a better organization. So it was a lot of work to figure like, how do we have the company we want that scales, and it's not ad hoc, or it's not
Sure.
personality driven.
I definitely want to quickly get out of the ad hoc actually design processes for repeatable ways of handling things well. But at the same time, I never quite want to lose the, here's the email address of the CTO, CEO, and like, let me know if there's something broken that you're not seeing the process to fix. Like, please do try to find a way to fix it with a process, and please suggest what process would fix it. But if you're seeing something wrong and you don't know how to fix it, then at the end of the day, here's my cell phone number.
Yeah.
And I get the impression you can scale that up to thousands as long as you have other processes that catch it before it gets to you.
Well, there's stuff like holacracy. There's some other flat organizational theories that like companies like Valve are supposed to be examples of.
No.
And like when you start,
I've read The Tyranny of Structurelessness, and I'm not building that company.
you start peeling back those like rosy books, and you're like, I mean, those are nice stories, but a lot of
Yeah.
times what happens is.
No, to be clear, I'm not a fan of structuralists. Like, I do want there to be a, you know, an exception handler for you can always ping the CEO. I want there to be a process so that you usually don't have to, and I absolutely want there to be a robust structure so that you don't have to. I'm just not a fan of companies where it's like, if there's something broken, there is no exception handler. And there's a lot of those companies out there.
That's true. Jim,
Fancy meeting you guys here.
did you guys walk in?
Not much more. We trammed it. We streetcarred it over to Screen Door.
Does he do okay in a streetcar?
Oh, he's fine. Go away, done. Yeah, it's fine. Just have to make sure we're out of the way. There's a bit of shuffling as people get on and off.
Yeah.
It's like I'm always trying to like make sure he's not underfoot. Drop Hiking Jr. off at books.
You guys doing like a 2-week family vacation? And you're just like, I'll swing by free soccer concerts?
Sort of. Yes, actually. We so there was a Eclipse Foundation board meeting in Calgary
Huh.
at the end of June. So we ended up. I decided that we would make our summer vacation trip out of it. So we drove. We went from SoCal to Vegas, stayed in Vegas for a couple days, then Park City, Utah, then Idaho Falls on the Snake River, then Whitefish, Montana, where it's sort of like the Jackson Hole of Montana. It's like this ritzy little
Yeah.
town that has skiing in the winter and access to Glacier National Park in the summer.
Yep.
And I have a buddy who was working with me at the firm 20 years ago, who then he left right around at the same time I went to Oracle. He went to Fox and did TV stuff for a decade, and then he decided to drop out of the rat race. And his wife was working full-time remote, and she was from this little town in Montana, so they packed up and moved back to where her family were from. So I spent a week. He comes out to LA regularly, and I see him like once every
Yeah.
year or two when he comes out. But I'd never been to his place in all these
So
years.
time for reciprocity.
So yeah, exactly. So I finally went to go visit him in Montana, and then we drove up to Calgary. And I went to the Eclipse board meeting. The family hung out for a week. Calgary is very cool. Then we, after a week in Calgary, drove back down. Actually, we drove across Banff National
I'm
Park.
gonna ask if you went through
first.
Banff and.
We did, which was like sort of a crazy, like, Banff, like, is perhaps felt the most remote.
Did you go
of
up to
any place
Jasper?
I've been. We did not make it all the way up to Jasper. But like, even just like driving over the mountain through Banff, like, there was a place I remember, so like, there was a giant herd of mountain goats, like the fluffy white goats, like on the highway. Like they were just standing, like with a bunch of moms with the little bitty ones, And then in another place, like as we were, I think it was right before we got to the Continental Divide. We were like sort of going up this mountain, and we come to a sign that says, "No cell service next 105 kilometers." Like, better have brought a spare tire because AAA is not coming.
Hello.
Do you know?
4 mics would be great. We were actually like poking around to make sure we'd get at least 3 instead of 2. 4 will be wonderful. I think we will use them all up at the panel while we are doing the panel, and then when we get to the audience Q&A portion, then I will make sure one of them makes its way around the audience. Thank you.
Okay.
And then through.
Is there anything?
Neo-Nazis.
Yeah, apparently, I'm told. And then through Portland, and then.
Look, I was trying to find and catch you somewhere in the conference before the panel started, but you know, seeing you 10 minutes in advance. Did you get a chance to look at the email? Did that look reasonable to you?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I was trying to tee up some questions for like, you know, we could spend 45 minutes talking about AI, don't get me wrong, and I'd like to see that panel too, but I was trying to tee up some questions where you have the opportunity to express concerns about AI and what the heck do we do about this, and anything else you want to raise as well.
No, that's great.
Cool, awesome.
Back to Seattle, picked up my truck, which had been left in airport parking, stayed in Seattle for a couple more days, then went to Astoria for the weekend, which was then here for this week, and then we're going to migrate our way slowly back to SoCal. Like, we're going to stop in Eugene for a few days. Junior's 15 and that age of like starting to think about college. So we'll go look at figure out how to like be into our way then through Mendocino or wherever. Yeah.
Quite extensive.
Yes.
More than most people are.
Yeah, we would have driven.
That's where that's
It's funny, last year we did Yellowstone, and
you drove up to Yellowstone.
yeah, we like similar route. We like drove from SoCal and east. Last year we were
Would we like all like our
humorously
mic in
slash
here?
horrifying.
If you have 5
old
mics,
truck.
then we will take 5 mics, if we wouldn't be depriving another room.
No, I think we should be fine. There's,
The
And
engine
that would be
died
great.
and left us stranded on the 50.
And then, when we get to the audience Q&A portion, then I will take my mic as the moderator and start running around the audience. But like, I'm assuming we don't have question
2 o'clock
running
in the
for the room,
afternoon.
so I should probably be the person doing the question running.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One leg nearest town.
I am fine with that.
Nearest town.
Testing, testing.
Exactly, 50 miles from there, so we
Oh,
waited
yeah.
like 2.5 hours for AAA. And then
Testing,
now we're
testing.
Yeah, I'm getting levels in here.
You are getting low, okay.
You know, we might actually
Fair
die.
enough.
Or, well, I can hear it in the back. We might have to do some like last
Fair enough,
dialogue.
yeah.
And then ended up.
Hello?
the rest of the trip
Hello?
around.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
No. And then, yeah, just a bit about mic etiquette. Point it towards you. It doesn't have to be right here, but close.
No, not this, this.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did almost run out of gas, and there's like not a gas station for another 150 miles. Yeah, there was like the one gas station. We were like, man, these people must make bank, because they were like the only thing.
Where are you located?
I'm in California. I'm in Santa Cruz, California.
Alright, so I'm in New England, Connecticut, and I started working for Cisco last year, and my boss, she grew up in the Bay Area, and then she moved up to Seattle. And the first time I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go to New York for the day, New York office for the day, I'll meet with somebody. And she's like, you can't do that, you can't plan trips, like check with me first. And I was like, it's New York. She's like, yeah, we have to talk about the hotel. I'm like, no, it's New York. It's like, it's like, this is gonna be like,
I get on a
it's
train, I
$30
go for
train
it,
ticket.
right,
Like, what's
like-
going on here? Like, I am not staying in a hotel. I mean, it is kind of a distance, but like, I travel
This
2.5
is,
hours.
this is a day trip.
100% a day trip. Like, unless you're gonna buy me like Broadway show
We
tickets
just have
to give
y'all
me a
do a
reason to
quick
stay
mic
at
check
the
test.
Sure.
She still really cannot account.
Check 1 2, check 1 2,
check 1, 2.
Yeah, I mean, everything on the
Mic
West
level
Coast
check,
is like,
check
I'm gonna
1,
get in my
2.
car and pack many granola bars, right?
Yeah, I'm like,
Testing.
I'm gonna
Like,
go
going
Still
from her
testing.
house to my house.
Continuing
is
to
a full
test.
day.
Yeah. And I'll be like, I'm gonna drive to Boston, meet some stores.
Yeah, just
Be like, what? I'm like,
Testing.
well, yeah,
Testing.
it will be
Still
like
testing.
most of the workday, but you know,
Testing.
but
Ongoing test. Still a test. Had this been an actual microphone, then it might have had useful content.
Or sorry, Eastern
This has been a test of the emergency mic check system.
Okay, we're getting that.
Washington.
Testing.
I'm just gonna go down the line and have them do it.
Oh, the dunes, yeah?
Yeah.
Test.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Getting that?
Okay.
Sounding louder in the room
And
than
then
this one.
there's the sort
I
of
had a little closer too, so.
Okay.
stereotypical,
Testing.
stereotypical Pacific Northwest, which like
Testing.
you get like between here and Astoria, it's like you're just driving through a forest.
So we can,
Eastern
The
Washington,
con-
it's just.
Oh,
mic check.
and then just.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay, let's keep, are you getting these? And then let's keep talking. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna keep talking. All of us are gonna talk.
Okay.
Lots of talking.
We're good.
Yeah, Eastern Oregon's the same way. You get past the Cascades, which is about a 2-hour drive, and it looks like Nevada.
So I was unprepared for like the flat sea of brown, and it was like driving on 5.
I lived in Nevada, can confirm. Except when it floods and then it's a flat sea of water.
Yeah.
Like, I lost track of how many times folks from not Nevada and not a desert and weren't used to a desert thought, oh, desert means dry. And it does, right up until it means,
Flood.
wet because the ground doesn't take any water. So, Lake Fred Meyer and Lake Target were, the regular parking lots. And the Sea of Sears.
McCoy, where do you live?
I live about 20 minutes by bus from here.
Nice.
I usually come to this because I say
Testing.
bucks for a trip to come to this conference, so
You want me to keep talking?
more than happy to volunteer.
Keep talking.
This is only my second time in Portland.
1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. Testing.
Is this the
Testing.
right? Yeah.
Very comfortable.
Well, just all the tree-lined streets. It's
Oh,
really
yeah.
nice.
If you come here a couple months earlier, they're all flowers too.
Mm-hmm.
Flowers here, amazing.
The water gets you something.
Yeah, gets you much
You
misery
understand
too.
that behind the podium again.
No, it's fine. It's a Japanese garden. Thank you.
Is it as rainy as Seattle?
Allegedly Seattle gets more rain, but I don't know that it's
Close. Okay. All right, so I shouldn't covet the city too hard.
Yeah, we don't like California up here, so.
Well, that's fair. I mean,
We have 5
well, if you're gonna
microphones.
take any Californians, the ones from Santa Cruz are the weirdest ones. Like,
Yeah,
you
they're
would take
weird. They're
those.
weird enough to move up here.
No, I mean, but I wouldn't be envious of Portland.
Yeah.
Being from Santa Cruz. It's nice, but
As
it's.
a banana slug myself.
Oh, there you go. Okay. It's just a very small town. Like, most everything you want is like an hour away from you, at least. So. The thing that gets me is the food. Our food is terrible.
I don't
Oh my
expect
gosh,
you to come up
that
and
is a
set my
very
honor off.
interesting.
A lot of things have closed.
I feel like my.
Will you be presenting it all?
We will not have anything on the TV or any, it will be the 5 of us talking and the occasional audience member question.
Copy that. Cool, thank you.
Yeah, cafe's very close. We were last Aptos.
Mm.
So, it's not the same as City.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's college capture, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of cheap food, and they know the college students will buy it because they don't have a choice, and so.
are you Santa Cruz proper?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm about a mile from the university.
Oh, you live up there. Okay. Yeah. I lived there since. We left, went to LA, then Peninsula, then back.
are very different places.
Even Aptos to Santa Cruz is great.
Aptos is like
We lived in
borderline you're living off the grid.
We lived in Del Mar, like
Mhm.
it's like south of there. It's very different feel.
Mhm.
Town.
Mhm. Yep.
I was okay with it. After LA, like Santa Cruz to LA, and I lived in downtown LA, so I could walk to like Gaston Bay Tower and then back to the 3 foot long was nice. It was a break from, and a break. I was about to say a break from traffic, but no. Only break from traffic as long as I didn't have to drive over. Swear to God. The one in Santa Cruz is the worst. It's worse than the profile. People who are not from there don't think of Santa Cruz as street. Oh my God. Feel free to step over him. He will not care at all.
He looks terribly excited.
Yeah, exactly. He is actually. If I gave him, he's been on the road for a while, so he's constantly running. But if I gave him permission, he would be running around in circles and just spread the love.
Super well behaved.
Mostly.
I've learned that like kids, if they're just lazy, they're well behaved. Like that's the thing.
You're a kid person, huh?
Oh, I have an 8-year-old, and I'm like, when he gets sick, you know, I don't want him to be sick, but it's the one time that it's not a tornado. It's like parenting snow day.
My wife had a mini Australian Shepherd when I met her. It was like a little crazy by Australian Shepherd standards. It's the only dog.
Well, those are not low energy dogs to begin with.
No.
So
Shepherds-
crazy
Shepherds
by
are not low
Australian
energy dogs.
So crazy by Australian Shepherd standards is like
I mean, my
Tasmanian
dog,
devil.
the dog I had when I was a kid was a German Shepherd Golden Retriever mix, and neither of those breeds are low energy dogs.
I had never had a dog before. It was very bizarre. The number of times he hit my car while I was driving, just like so many times. Like, where did he come from? I think I'm single. Just ran straight into the car. Like,
Looks like we're getting lots of people filtering in immediately post-lunch. So, you know, much like it's the responsibility of the whatever happens right before lunch to let people out right on time, I think it's the responsibility of whatever comes right after lunch to allow for the fact that people will be filtering in for the first 10, 15 minutes. But nonetheless, welcome to the panel on free and open source software licensing, corporations, community, collaboration, and whatever the heck else we end up talking about. I'm expecting it to be a varied panel with lots of interesting questions. We'll be going through a few topics for discussion, and we're going to leave some time towards the end for audience questions as well. So first off, a few introductions. I'm Josh Triplett. I've been a free and open source software developer for a few decades. I've worked in licensing and co-led the corporate open source program office for a Fortune 50 company. For the last decade, I've been working on the Rust programming language team, and I'm going to be moderating for this illustrious panel of luminaries. So let's go through some brief introductions, starting with Eric.
My name's Eric Schultz. I am going to be a little bit different from this panel because I am not a lawyer. I really can say that. I've been part of the FOSS community for 15 plus years. I'm project leader on Houdini project, which is a member project of Software Freedom Conservancy. I helped draft the web template output additional permissions to the AGPL to handle some situations that the AGPL didn't handle that was relevant to Houdini. And I served on a subcommittee of the FCC's Technical Advisory Committee dealing with open source software and lockdown of Wi-Fi radios.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. McCoy?
My name's McCoy Smith. I am a lawyer here in Portland. I also, like Josh, worked in a Fortune 50 company, the same one, on the legal side, and he and I used to work together. And I've been tinkering around in FOSS for legal issues for probably 25 years in a variety of different avenues.
Hi, my name is Kate Downing. I'm an attorney in private practice. I'm a solo. I have been doing open source compliance and open source strategy work for about 15 years. I started out by managing VMware's open source compliance process. I built out ServiceNow's open source compliance process. Surprisingly, their public company did not have one. They are not alone. And these days I work with a number of different companies. I work with companies that produce just commercial software, but also a number of them that also produce open source or some combination. And some of them are very small, and some of them are extremely large, and companies that you've all heard of. So I see the gamut in my practice.
My name is Mark Jones. I'm also an attorney. I'm currently with Cisco Systems. I've been there about a year and a half. It's my first big company, so I still have a lot to learn from attorneys like McCoy. Before that, I was at a small business, government contractor providing professional services around Drupal and other open source software platforms. I also represented a lot of open source community projects and individual open source developers before that. And then I spent about 15 years in government IT.
Okay, awesome. And a quick disclaimer before we get started. None of us are going to be speaking for any company, any organization, or any project unless we specifically say otherwise. Nothing in this panel is legal advice, and nobody on this panel is your legal counsel. If anybody else needs to add any other mandated disclaimers so they feel comfortable answering spicy questions, please do so now.
I just want to say, as someone who is not a lawyer, I'm definitely not your legal counsel.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, questions away. So let's start out with, so free and open source software enables a wide variety of entities to collaborate, individuals, companies of all sizes, communities, nonprofits, any kind of organization. How has the landscape and perception of this changed over time? How well are those collaborations working? What challenges are people facing? What do we need to improve? Let's start out with Eric.
Yeah, I think that the collaboration, just in my observations, I was thinking about this question a little bit earlier today, was the collaboration is extremely fragmented at this point. It's very different from, I think, how it was, I guess, perhaps before I got involved, maybe more than 15 years ago, but the projects that people are working on are very different for an open source projects. Things like, you have these like ultra corporate open source projects, things like Kubernetes, which are quite different from the things that perhaps were being collaborated on in the past, which were things like GNU or the GCC compiler or anything like that. There's just, the groups of people are working on so many different things that there isn't as much of a community connected. There are a couple, another thing that I thought of is that the rise of the VC-funded open source company and the VC rug pull has really, I think, changed how a lot of people who perhaps are younger look at open source. They don't see it as a guarantee because they're starting to understand some of these nuances. And to be quite honest, I think that there has been fragmentation in part from the rise of fascism. I think it actually has had a fairly significant effect. There are people who may have been involved in open source software in the past who find that there are things that are far more important to spend their time doing, and I can understand why they feel that way. And the other thing would be, there are people who used to view open source as a social justice issue, and a lot of the people that are involved in social justice don't necessarily see open source that way. They've seen some of the issues related to fragmentation, the ultra corporate open source, and they're going in different directions. They don't see open source as a solution to that. So I think that has been something I've been observed as well.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on that question?
I'll just make a note, since I'm the old person on this panel. I've been doing this long enough to remember when there really wasn't any corporate open source. And the transition to the participation in open source by the corporate folks has been pretty remarkable. It happened about 25 years ago, and now it's everywhere, which, you know, depending on your perspective, is a good or a bad thing, but it is significant.
Okay. Kate, you want to chime in?
So, you know, every time I do one of these talks, and there comes to a point where people will start talking about, wouldn't it be great if we found better ways to pay open source developers? Like, wouldn't it be great if, like, there was an easier way to take an open source project that people kind of half-heartedly put up, but, like, thought might go somewhere, and then when it does go somewhere, you know, allow those people to actually reap the benefits. And, you know, there's always kind of this like pushback, like, no, like people do this for the love of open source and open, and that is great, and that is true. But, you know, I'm a bit biased because of my particular viewpoint, but like, you know, some of the arguments that we've had about open source and source available and all this other stuff that's come up since like 2018, like the lost point is that like, most of these arguments are like two corporations arguing against each other, and people are taking sides, and I'm like, what are you doing? And I'm like, the problem here isn't that the one corporation is taking advantage of the other corporation. Like, the problem is that they're all taking advantage of the individuals who contributed in the first place, right? And so, yeah, I think that like some of the like ideological conversations about open source like need to shift in terms of understanding that like a huge number of your players now are not individuals, right? But they're actually companies, and that you have to deal with that reality because like their rights and their responsibilities just look very different from an individual.
I mean, I think all of that's accurate. To me, some of it is reflected in, you know, 15, 20 years ago, if you told a family member or a friend who was not also into this that you did free software or you did open source, like the conversation you had to have to even like give up trying to get them to understand it. Like it just didn't make sense to people. People hadn't heard about it, and it was very underground. And it started having an impact, and now people know it's important. They don't really know what it is, and people are starting to ascribe meaning to it. So at least, with my clients now, they were like, oh yeah, open source good. Like it's a good thing. But then you try to explain to them like, okay, here are the implications. Here's what's different when you're doing it this way. They get a little bit more uncomfortable, but they're like, well, I know open source is this cool, good thing, but I don't really understand how it works. And I think that greater visibility brings more people into it, but I think we also need to understand, like, we should not assume that everyone's on the same page about how this actually works and who we're interacting with, which kind of reinforces some of you talking about 2K, right? It's not just a bunch of hobbyists anymore. There's a lot of stuff going on, and some of it, people are coming in and they trying to make it what they want it to be or they think it is, and it's not.
Okay. So diving into a bit more detail then, what are some of the challenges from the past that have faced the open source and free software communities that are less relevant now? What are we spending time on that we shouldn't be instead of the challenges of the present and the future? And how do we make sure we're not fighting the previous war instead of the current or next one? Kate?
Yeah, so I'm going to actually take this question from the last questions and then go backwards. I will note I've been asked a very fire-starter question, so keep that in mind because I've been asked to opine on something controversial. But okay, here it goes. I think attribution is dead. That's what I think. I think we need to stop putting together thousands and thousands of pages of attribution notices that nobody reads. I don't think this is useful. I don't think a single person has ever said to themselves, hey, I'd like to go use this open source project after reading a 1,000-page open source disclosure, right? I view that as attacks on innovation that we do not need to be doing anymore. This is not useful. However, what I do think we need a lot more work on is source. Okay. And here's what I mean by this. So even the companies that have gotten it together enough that, they're creating OSS attribution files, they're creating SBOMs, the vast majority of them will still be scrambling if you ask them for all the corresponding source. They still cannot really do it, and to the extent they do it, they will do it badly. And that's not for lack of trying. I think it's for lack of tooling, right? Like, for example, here's like things that come to mind. people who build from mono repos and then can't tell you what source code actually went into it because they don't remember how they configured it to build, right? Or people who take open source that's not like a release, it's not like 1.3, it's like some random snapshot of the open source that no one can ever find again, right? There's all kinds of tooling and coding hygiene practices that people use that make it really hard to actually provide the exact corresponding source code, right? And like some of the things like we could do, for example, is like package managers ask you for like a link to the project, right? So a lot of people will link to GitHub. Okay, but that is not the same thing as you actually like uploading source along with your binary, right? Because you may be pointing to a GitHub project that also contains, 100 other packages that are also provided separately, right? And the source may not actually correspond to that particular package. So I think that there are real like hardships in having people find the source code to things that tooling could help us with, could help us fix. And I especially am looking at this from a regulatory perspective, right? Because from the EU, from the US, from like multiple sources, people are being told you need accurate SBOMs. And also like you actually need to be able to have the source code, not from a licensing perspective, but from a security perspective, right? And so I would like to see a lot more effort and a lot more kind of push, right, to make that easy on developers, right? Because right now, like what I'm seeing is that is like a hunt, like they're going truffle hunting to find this, and it really just shouldn't be like that. So that's kind of where I want the future to be. The other point I'll just make about this and like pushing people for source, right? Like on the Docker container stuff, right? Like this has come up there, and I'm just like, I give up. I'm like, just provide them the source to everything. Like, just do it, right? Which like makes Red Hat like a giant winner, right? Because they make it so easy, right? They provide the corresponding container with all the source code, and I'm like, great, you've just saved like 100 hours of legal work, and you don't have to pay me. Just go do that, right? And I'm just kind of applying that, more universally, right? And I do think it's particularly important. You look at how much code is being written by AI, for example, right? And AI looks a little bit more appealing if like you don't actually have to attribute it. Like it doesn't become part of a 1,000-page notice, right? I can see people relying more on that. But that's another area where like we should actually push people, right? Like if you're taking code from AI, actually we want the source now more than ever, right? Because we want to know that it actually does what you say it does, right? That we can actually see it, right? So for security reasons, like I think that there should be a bigger push towards that. And I also think like I worry about with AI, like, are you people still going to be putting their projects on GitHub? Right? Like, I don't know. Like, if I can ask for something and you can ask for something and we can have the AI write the same thing, like, are we still going to be posting it? I hope so. Like, I hope that's still part of the culture, right? So, hence I'm underlining movement for source. That's what I'd like to see in the future.
Okay. So, anybody else want to chime in on challenges we're facing of the past and the future and which ones we should be focusing on?
I would agree with Kate that the relationship between open source and security is changing significantly, and I think there's a lot of work that people all around need to do. Open source is just too important to the world and to businesses and to individual consumers' lives to say, we're not going to worry about that open source free software stuff. Like that's all made by community hackers. It's fine. We're not going to burden them. Like the reality is it's a national security issue now. It is going to get regulated. Governments are going to be involved in this. It has, I think to free software advocates should be happy about it. It has a real impact on individual people's lives right now. Like responsibility has to be taken for this, and we need to think about that. So we need to think about how does security and open source compliance kind of work together and the benefits of it, and like how does open source actually work so we don't actually kill it with regulation. Like what are the real benefits around it? And to Kate's point, like it's probably not because there's attribution notices, 1,000 pages long. Like there's under fundamental principles there. I think the other thing that I would like to see that happens around the free software movement more broadly is doing more community outreach to other movements that are similar to it. It's for a long time been pretty insular, but related movements, open science, open data, Creative Commons, like these have all spawned up on the heels of the creation of the free software movement, and they're interrelated, and we can make the effectiveness and the power and the inclusiveness opportunities that come with this better if we are talking about it just outside of a little bubble, and that some of those communities have things to learn from free software movement, and the free software movement probably has some things to learn from those other movements too that grew up without necessarily all of the confines or expectations from free software.
Sounds like a great opportunity for some intersectionality, yeah. All right, McCoy, Eric, any thoughts to add?
Yeah, just one thing on the past versus the present. There was a time, a long time ago, where there were endless debates about how do we interpret these licenses, what do they mean, how do I deal with them. That sort of went away quite a long time ago because I think people became more comfortable with the licenses themselves and how they needed to use them, work with them. Be interesting to see if there's any change in that. You know, there's a potential for some change in the law of copyright stemming out of all the litigation around AI, and I kind of wonder whether we get some interesting law out of that and whether that changes the way that many of us have been thinking about these licenses for a long time.
May we live in interesting times indeed, yes.
It's great for lawyers. I'm not sure it's great for everybody else.
Oh, good for the lawyers. Eric?
I don't know that I really have a lot specific. I will say that that notice issue is something I've actually tried to do on a project, and I actually worked on, it's called Notice Me? Yeah, it's called Notice Me. It was a project of Clearly Defined that kind of got abandoned. I took it over to try to generate notice files. I had stopped doing them in my Git repo because my Git repo, like the size of all the commits was just changes to the notice file. It was completely impractical. There kind of just needs to be a different way to handle that. I don't know, I mean, I think actually attribution is really important as a concept. I don't know that the way that it's being done now is how it should be done. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, attribution handling, making sure we have source, AI and all the associated legal challenges, the challenges of security, working with aligned movements. It sounds like we've got a lot of good challenges to try to face and talk about. So picking something specific and diving in a little bit more, recently we have seen a lot of attempts by various entities to push new licenses, to push new license terms, often trying to call them open. What should we be doing about this? What are some of the cases that you've seen? And are there healthy and effective ways we could address this and address the forces pushing people to try this kind of thing? So, McCoy, why don't we start with you?
So just a additional disclaimer, I recently joined the board of the Open Source Initiative, and the Open Source Initiative publishes a definition of what open source is and certifies licenses as complying with that. I think that's intended to be a mechanism to help distinguish between what is or is not truly open source. Now, there are other entities that have their own definitions or ways of looking at this, which you may choose to follow their principles or think that they are the best arbiter of that. How do you combat people calling things open that perhaps we could all agree are not? I don't know if there's a really good mechanism for that other than to say, when they say this is open, say it's not open and here's why. And if you continue to say that it's open, we will not accept it as that, or we will state publicly why we don't believe that. I'm not sure that there's a more robust mechanism than just sort of the use of the public forum to address that, but I'm open to other suggestions. Yes, I will speak up.
All right. Other folks' thoughts on what we can do about this, either by any particular means, or what might be motivating it and what we can do about that?
I think what's motivating it is, referencing what I said before, is like, it's cool. So a lot of people want to do open source now, whether they know what it is or not, but they know it's cool. I think it's also a big motivator for a lot of companies as well. They understand that the open source brand will attract a lot of people to their products, and it's a way to get a good jump start around it, and they don't understand the implications for it. Or they understand the implications for it, so they decide to do something that looks like it's open source, but It's just definitely not. Or they start calling things open because at least now they're not misusing the term open source, but they know everyone will misinterpret it because when you start saying it's open, people think you mean open source. They think you mean the values around it. It's a problem because it's a communication gap. A lot of engineers just think like, oh, it's open source. I was able to download it off of GitHub. I was able to download it off of Hugging Face. I was able to download it off of random university website. There's no restrictions on what I can do with it. I'm like, well, that's not really true. There's a lot of people who are providing licenses to the public that are super restrictive that aren't open source. So I think it's coming up with vocabulary. I know for me personally, especially around AI models, there's so many of these AI model licenses that are not open source. And I got so frustrated going to every meeting and like being this little nag of like, I'm sorry, can we stop calling these things open source? And I didn't have an alternative vocabulary for it. So like, at least with my clients now, it's like, there's models that are publicly available. That includes open source models. I'm going to start talking about publicly available models and like the different risks associated with them. So like there's a vocabulary for it, but we need vocabulary for the other things that exist. It's not enough to say, that company's producing a license that's not open source. Like, well, what is it? Like, how do we talk about it? Because it's not proprietary closed source software anymore either. Like, how do we describe this thing? We need to give people labels so that people understand the distinctions that these different kind of licensing models bring to the community.
I mean, I do want to point out that, two of the traditional ways that, open source companies have made money, right, is either by charging support or by charging for hosting services. Like, and it is a real issue, right, that somebody like Amazon can come in and just do both of those things better than you. Like, just way better than you, right? Can even take the project, fork it, and maybe even develop it going forward better than you, right? Because they have access to the, more sophisticated clients and, like, better, like, look at what the problem is and what the needs are, right? So there is that real concern that, two of these pathways are gone. And so then I ask, like, okay, well, what are the pathways left? Because, some of the other pathways I am not like a big fan of, and I think may actually be less clear and even nastier, right? Like when people try to license their source code one way and then they license their binaries another way. Or they have, a repo where it's like supposedly this thing's under MIT, except for a handful of AGPL files, and good luck finding them in this like source code repo. And maybe you included it and maybe you didn't, and I hope you checked the right flag. Right? Like I find all of that stuff way more dishonest, right? Than just a license that's like, this is an open source license, but Amazon don't use this. Like, I find that to be much more straightforward to understand and to use than all these other methods that are quote unquote pure open source.
Yeah, I might get on my high horse on this one a little bit. So I just want to see who here has actually worked with AWS, like tried to manage anything with it. Could you raise your hand? Okay, who liked doing that? Okay, because in my experience, it's one of the most convoluted tools I have ever worked with in my life. I am regularly banging my head against the table. So I appreciate that for very large companies who are automating a lot, one could argue that it's okay that AWS is cheaper or they have better salespeople. For most people who are like below a certain size, there is no way that AWS is guaranteed to be the best solution because the UI is just awful. It is just abysmal in every way. I've never had a tool that I dislike as much as AWS. So I kind of, when I hear those things like these startups, or the VC-funded startups, they're like, well, we can't compete with AWS. I'm like, seriously? Really? You can't? Like, how? In regards to that, I think that one of the things that has happened, and one of the reasons that this is, I think, popular right now, is that that people appreciate the idea that there are massive corporations in this world like Amazon who have way too much power. And there are very wealthy people at these VCs who are funding them, who are funding these VC-funded corporations, who are exploiting that and saying Amazon is stealing from us as the little guy. But they're not the little guy. They are billionaire funded or billionaire funded. They chose to go about this way that they are, that they're VC funded, that they're not a, started up on their own and go on their own revenue. They decided they wanted to build a completely new open source project from scratch. They decided they wanted to get a license to all of the code so they could relicense it. They decided that they wanted to keep expanding to the point where they couldn't have linear growth. They had to have exponential growth because that's what their investors wanted. And then they're saying, well, I can't make this work. And my opinion would be, I don't care. It's not my problem. I'm not your investor. As your user, I don't care about that. And there are real consequences to some of these restrictions. And I don't want to take the entire time, but I think these consequences are actually really important to discuss.
Awesome. And honestly, thanks, Eric, for keeping it spicy. Like, that's what we're that's what we're going for here. Like, it is reasonable to ask, like, is this a business model we want to support? Where is this coming from? Should we be trying to help meet that need or not? And also seconding the point of don't be terrified of competing with AWS. You might not win a race to the bottom, but maybe that's not where you want to be racing.
Absolutely.
So taking a step past that then, do you think that it is possible or desirable for us to evolve the frameworks under which we all collaborate while still staying true to our principles? Should we do that? Could we do that? And if we did, how would we agree on how it would happen?
I think part of the problem here is not a lot of people know what the principles are. So I wouldn't, I mean, I think I have a good understanding of like the principles behind open source and free software, but I'm pretty sure that not everyone in this room was going to agree with me, and that some of the people in the room are very well informed and would have an informed opinion about it. To me, a lot of it is around autonomy and control of your relationship with technology is the underlying thing. There's also a lot of community building. So I think you can evolve frameworks. You can move past copyright and look for things that have similar ethos with where you can apply similar principles around respect for individuals and autonomy. Yeah, you can do that. At the same time, and I don't know if this was an accident. I think it probably was a mix of accident and some intentionality. There are certain things about the way open source licenses that make it work. And it's not really up for a debate, I don't think, as a practical matter. A lot of the pushback that people in this space get around open source licenses, like, well, we need to be able to restrict the uses so that we can charge people who can afford to use it. I'm like, yeah, but as soon as you start restricting these uses, like, I think it just doesn't work. So maybe open source isn't the solution for everything. It's not appropriate for every use case, because if you want to have this massive network effect, like, there are certain practicalities that it has to work with, and it's not really a debate. It's just how human societies work. It's how economies work. So there's a mix of things there of like, yeah, we can work on the principles, but what are they? And like, which ones are choices and which ones are just like, if you want this level of impact, that's the requirement.
Fair enough. Kate, you want to add to that?
I think we also have to be honest with ourselves that open source has been like way more successful in some parts of the tech stack than others, right? I just think that there are places where, you know, either by the nature of the technology or by the historical accent of the technology, it totally makes sense, right? And other places where it's really hard to build a business and be in that part of the stack and be open source.
Can you give some examples of like parts that you see as more or less successful?
Well, obviously Linux, right? Obviously, like the operating system level, and in part because there is that separation, right, between user space and kernel space, which makes it easy for people to understand. Aha, GPL good here. Aha, GPL bad here, right? Like, it becomes like this very easy demarcation that like you can play in this sandbox and then you can get out of that one. You can play in a different one. I think it's you know, especially copyleft, I think is a lot harder when you have more questions around what's going on and the legal and technical interactions and how they work under a particular license.
Okay. McCoy?
I don't know how one changes collaboration models. I'm happy to advise people who want to come up with new stuff, but I'm not sure I could ever come up with any better way than what people organically do right now.
Fair enough. Eric?
I think it was a really broad question. I think it's really I mean, there's all broad questions, so that's not a problem. But it's kind of difficult. I would actually argue that I think we should redefine what we are trying to create as something that focuses on digital autonomy. For those who haven't read I recommend reading the Declaration of Digital Autonomy by Karen Sandler and Molly DeBlanc. It's at techautonomy.org. When I read that for the first time, it was just like a lightning bolt. Like, this is it. And in summary, it redefines what we're talking about in a way that is broader than open source and literally does not mention open source, but is completely implied that that is what it is included in digital autonomy. So I think that part of it is, if we are going to go in that direction, I think we should move towards something that is a little bit broader, and I think that'll be more understandable to a lot of people, because I think people understand that they are losing their privacy, that they don't have control over their lives. They are not going to understand what source code does as part of that directly. They might understand that source code access and rights related to it are useful in some case, but they don't understand, well, how does this actually affect my life? And if you can kind of like build that continuum of it's from the top to the bottom, and there are areas where it needs to be interacting, and they all kind of are part of the same fight, then I think people the activist community will grow over time.
Quick follow-up to that one. I've seen that document as well, and it's a wonderful read. Do you believe it would be possible to look at a document like that and come away with a unified set of principles that everyone agrees on and could follow, or would you end up with as many different interpretations as there are readers?
Can I go first?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I would argue that that you probably could do that, but you wouldn't have the same people in the community as we do now. Okay. It would be a different community. Okay. Because there are certain groups of people that, particularly like very large corporations or people that want to use open source but then create like some sort of a proprietary add-on or whatever. That's not going to make any sense to them. That isn't what they want. But I think there definitely could be unification. It just would be a different community.
Okay. So one more question, and then we'll dive into audience Q&A. So for each of you, what do you think is the single best innovation that would make FOSS and the FOSS community better? Let's start with Kate.
I mean, I think I already mentioned it. I think package managers that ask you to upload source code, actual corresponding source code when you upload to the package manager. I said I already mentioned it, which is I think package managers that prompt you to actually upload the corresponding source code when you upload your binary.
All right. Sounds good. Mark?
It's a little similar, I think, to Kate, but certainly from a business perspective, but I think it matters for community habits too, is more structured and consistent ways of communicating the information around licensing and how things are being built and dependencies, so that, we're talking about millions and millions of packages that go into products. The reason why this works is because of scale. And if we want to make sure that we understand how all of this stuff works for security issues or respecting people's rights, we need to be able to scale that too, and that's more structured information.
Okay, fair enough. Eric?
I think it'll just go back to my last answer, is focusing on digital autonomy as a goal, and less on the specifics of that it is open source. It's that it's part of digital autonomy.
Okay, and McCoy?
I think the best innovation would be for either the Congress or the courts to come up with better, clearer guidelines on the application of copyright to software.
Fair. You want to be slightly more specific?
I want to dream a little dream. No, the way that the courts have handled these questions has been quite shambolic for quite some time. And Congress has shown no interest in unshambolicking it, although they may be motivated now because of AI.
Whether we will like their answer or not is another question.
Yes, we may not like their answer because they may make it worse.
Or asymmetric.
Yes, but clarity, the more clarity we have, the better we are able to operate under understandings that everybody shares, or that everybody at least understands. The less clarity there is, the more ambiguity is. Now, of course, good for lawyers. More ambiguity, I'm not sure that good for lawyers is a principle that we should be striving for. Although it's good for me, it may not be good for the rest of humanity.
All right. So now is the opportunity where if you feel that I have not managed to keep things spicy enough, it's now your chance. So if you've got a question that has been inspired by the conversation you've heard so far, or just a burning thought that you desperately want to hear this wonderful set of luminaries talk about, then this would be the time for your questions. So let's hear it. So I'll hand go up right here first.
Yeah, I have a comment. On the, should I do that?
Yeah, we're recording that way.
Yeah.
Please do, and also, please make sure your comment ends with a question mark.
Okay. Yeah, I have a kind of comment, which is the whole not being able to compete with Amazon. As I understand it, that's like the big dollars come from the big clients, and so it's not being able to compete with Amazon for those dollars that I think they might be talking about. And whereas like your point was like for making it usable for everybody else, there's competition, but those aren't the dollars that I don't know if they're going after.
So right, comments from the panel.
So I do, and I did summarize that, and yes, that is what they're doing. I would actually say that in a non-open source way, I have a very clear example, is that the company I work for, we use Heroku. Heroku runs on AWS, but it is way simpler to manage websites than it is to use AWS. So this idea, and they have large companies, and I would also argue that, or large customers, I would actually argue that you can be very successful in open source and in this industry without massive customers. The issue is that you're not going to get the kind of returns that a VC wants.
Okay. So my question is more related to the digital sovereignty issue. As somebody who's in lead developer on a desktop Linux distribution, how do we get the general public to care about these things? Because we are somewhat handcuffed by things like software patents on multimedia codecs, by things like lockdown handsets, which keeps us locked into the Apple and Android duopoly of controlling the mobile space. And the larger issue of it is, at this point, is in the communication, is how do we get the general public to realize that Google and Apple don't care about them and are actively harmful?
All right. Well, given the mention of digital autonomy, I think we start with Eric and then go from there.
Sure. I mean, I don't want to be taking the whole time. I would say that people know that Apple and Google don't care about them. Maybe Google more, they think that, than Apple, because Apple has done a really good marketing job. But people know, the people know that they're getting screwed over. And people know that in some level, that they don't have control over their lives, that they feel like they don't have control over the technology that they use. So I think that there is a sense out there, and it's connecting it all together from top to bottom. It's taking the things where people feel like their privacy is being violated, and going and helping them understand the entire stack of everything that isn't implicated by that.
So problem and solution end to end. Okay. Any other thoughts from the panel before we go on?
One thing you're probably aware of, but would be good to participate more in, is the right to repair movement. Here in Oregon, we just, within the past year and a half, have passed a right to repair law. There are various other states in this country who have done that already or in the process of considering it. And that's beyond just electronic devices. It's a lot of different things, but you can see that there's a little bit of a political movement around the concept that you could draft on. Right. Yeah, it's the tractors really piss people off the most, but you know.
It's a real.
I'm from tractor country. I know it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting angle. What would it mean to say we have a right to repair of software, and would that magically give us open source or something close to it? It's a reasonable thought.
I did want to just mention a couple things. Is that Denver has done a really great job on working on right to repair and software. And
Here.
Yeah, his talk on the box model yesterday. And I just wanted to mention a tweet that I saw a few years ago. It said it's amazing that right to repair for software is basically free software, but the marketing is way better for the term right to repair.
So this is for the legal people, and as someone who works on free software, especially for being able to supplant non-free systems, the two big challenges we have are software patents, as this guy over here mentioned, but also we're handcuffed by things, by restrictions on being able to do interoperability. Like the Digital Millennium Copyright Act provides a very, very narrow vehicle for doing interoperability as long as it doesn't conflict with all the other things. Like, how do we square with this? Because like it handcuffs us for being able to do, to be able to supplant these other systems, because people use computer systems to achieve tasks or to watch movies or entertain or whatever, and like without the fascia of being able to do interoperability to be able to do those things the same, not necessarily the same way, but achieve it, we're kind of screwed. So how do?
I don't know if I have a good answer to that question.
I did it.
I think, well, one of the things you're talking about, though, right, is like there's people building captured audiences, and the reality is that, like, you know, we live in a capitalistic society. I'm not aware of other economic systems that I think operate wildly better. They all seem to have some misfortunes. And there are people who are going to be in this system who are always going to engage in trying to capture as much of the market as they can, and like that's just going to persist, right? It's, I think, to a point Kate made earlier, is like it's unfortunate when they kind of go about that in duplicitous ways by representing like, oh, this is an MIT project except for the AGPL code I buried underneath, so I can catch you on a licensing thing later. I'm like, well, maybe we already have some legal remedies for lying to people in commercial transactions. Maybe we don't apply well to that, but duplicitous business practices are bad. But like people are going to try and capture that. One of the challenges around the free software and open source business models is you usually need to accept the fact there's this trade-off between creating a huge pie and the fact that you don't get to eat the whole pie anymore. Like you're going to have to let other people profit from it. So that's part of it too, is like if you want to have an impact on the rest of the world, you have to be okay that you're giving it away. And I think as people in the technology side of these things too, we also need to recognize people do care about these things. They might not have the skills. So a lot of free software is made for developers and engineers, right? If you really want to give the freedom to other people, what you might need to be focused on is how do I make this software usable to people who don't know how to do this themselves, which is a selfless act. But you also need to be comfortable with the fact that like not everyone's going to be on board, and there is this conflict. And we do actually have a lot of interoperability in our society. We just don't see it anymore because that's what happens when interoperability is there, right? So I don't think it's doomed. It's just that we notice the friction more when people try to keep those capture gardens.
It makes sense. If we were going to have autonomy, then the right to repair also has to mean the right to have repaired. So fair enough.
Just one more thing on software patents. You know, this has been an item of discussion in free software for a long time. The news is bad. I mean, the Congress right now is increasingly become pro-patent and anti-challenging of bad patents. So, I mean, call your congressperson, of course, but be aware that the mood right now in DC is extremely pro-patent and anti-public domain.
Is the mood also pro-DMCA, as asked earlier, or is that just not even on the radar for anybody to consider?
Depends on which part of the DMCA.
Yeah. You
Right.
know which one, the anti-circumvention specifically.
Yeah, I don't think they want to move on that.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't like the 230 stuff.
Right.
The
Yeah.
anti-circumvention, I don't think anybody pays attention to be honest.
So, McCoy, I think you understated it when you said that for-profit companies were embracing and participating, I believe is the word you used, with open source. What they're doing is co-opting and dominating it. And it relates a lot to what Kate was saying with regard to not having complete corresponding source, including all the modules it contains with the scripts used to control compilation and installation like we're supposed to get. What we're seeing is a simple fact that's always true in activism. Activists always say budgets are moral documents. If you underfund something on purpose and you're a smart actor, you're making that decision consciously. And that's exactly what's happening with complete corresponding source. The engineering would be better. It would benefit the companies if they actually did their engineering well enough to deliver the source. They are not doing it. And I'd like to ask, particularly the corporate panelists, why is it that you're continuing to give us this false narrative that to just, oh, there's no engineering, it's hard. It's not hard. It's unfunded because you want to get away with violating copyleft.
So I will say I have a biased view because I talk to people who want to talk to me, right? So let's start with that, right? But of the people I talk to, like, I don't really come across people who like really want to get away with it. I mean, like I think that used to be a thing. Like I think that was at the beginning of my career. But to be honest with you, like for the most part, like I'm working with people who are like compliance. Compliance is important. We want to comply. Tell us how to comply, and they pay me money to tell them how to comply, right? Like they're not paying that money for nothing, like because they don't get anything just from talking to me, right? They actually have to go do the thing I tell them to do. So I don't think it's just like, yes, I think there's a ton of like small companies where like they're just not there yet, and so it's not on their radar, and so they're not doing it. Fine. But I think that like for companies, like once they get to a certain size and like they have the resources and the bandwidth to do it, they want to do it. But it is really hard. Like I challenge you, like even with like an Apache project, like a significantly large Apache project, I challenge you to go and find all the source code to all of their dependencies, right? Because you look at the notice file. What's the notice file say? The notice file is we use this particular project. Will it even tell me what version of the project they use? Maybe, right? Okay, so how am I actually supposed to go find the source code to every single dependency? And like, what if by the time I'm looking, the thing isn't up anymore, right? You know, like they're not providing me with all of the source code for everything that goes into their project when they build it, right? And I will also note that even Apache Foundation, like they're supposed to have two kinds of disclosures. They're supposed to have a disclosure for what's in the GitHub repo, and then a separate disclosure for what's actually in the binary, right? So that that disclosure at least captures everything that ended up in the binary. How many Apache projects actually do that? I would say a very limited number. So like if you're a compliance person, right, and a lot of times it's a compliance person, a lot of times it's not an engineer, right, or it's a lawyer or something like that, right, and you're trying to go find like the 100 packages, you know, that this particular Apache project depends on, like, good luck. It is actually really hard. And even when I find a poor sap of an engineer who gets stuck and assigned to me and I tell them to go do it, they find it challenging. So the package managers are great, like they're a godsend in one particular way, but in another way, you were just having tons of stuff come in without you necessarily paying attention to what it is, and you have a trail of breadcrumbs that you then need to go follow in order to get the source code.
Any expansion on that, Mark, McCoy?
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with Kate. I mean, I get paid to help a company work with open source software in lots of respects. One of the things I work on is compliance, and that's what I'm there to help the company do, is to engage in compliance. So I don't particularly appreciate it being suggested that I'm lying about that, because I think I'm trying, right? and it's fine if people don't believe me, because I don't have the right for everyone to believe what I'm saying. But I try to do my job as best I can. I try to live by my principles, and not everyone sees it the same way, and I'm okay with that. I don't need them to agree with me, but companies do try to comply. And I think Kate's right. If you look at open source community projects as well, there is this assumption, and I've worked with many open source community projects that were not corporate driven, and there's a compliance problem there, but we just kind of assume that because we're a community open source project, everyone understands how it works, until one day someone's kind of paying attention and be like, oh, except for that problem. And I think it's a different kind of problem for open source community projects to deal with that, because there's a lot of ego associated with the assumption that they know how all this stuff works. So sometimes they're less willing to kind of fess up about some of those problems because they're not sure what the consequences are.
I can definitely say with a lot of confidence that is very true. Because I package stuff in Fedora and it comes up a lot. Many projects don't know what's in their stuff.
Mm-hmm. But surely in the age of AI, people will know what they are building and
No.
Yeah. Not getting better.
Mark, I didn't say you were lying. I said your clients lied. And I know that clients often lie to their own attorneys. So
Congratulations, we have found the spicy one. Let's move on.
I will say to that where I think there's like an exception is the closer you get to bare metal, like the more incentive you have to really like bend the rules on GPL and copyleft. And particularly when we're talking on chips, right? That in particular, like I will grant you that. But the higher up the stack you go, I personally don't see it.
So speaking about in the age of AI, initially copyleft was built on type of copyright as a way to build and protect robust commons. With now LLMs, scarfing in everything and then creating something that then gets scarfed in and rinse and repeat. I know the initial rulings were that anything coming out of these were not copyrightable, but I believe that's changed recently. I could be wrong. I thought I've heard whispers of that. But do we feel like, if the entire copyright institution is going to have to be rewritten because of this type of thing, will copyleft still have a space in that world? Will instead we say, well, copyleft was used in the incorporation of these, so now everything coming out has to be copyleft? Do we have any thoughts?
No, let's not play that game. Let us not pretend for even a minute that AI models are copyrightable. We made that mistake with software. Let's not make it with AI.
Hey, if you want to get in that argument, let's absolutely make respect for current licenses be a thing. Let's have that argument, but let's probably have that argument in another 45-minute panel.
That's different from the argument about whether or not the model is copyrightable. That's a different question from whether or not the model is copyrightable.
Well, I'm specifically talking about the output of the model and the output which is then going into new training data. But that output, it has been built upon something that contained copyleft code. The intentionality behind the copyleft, like the use of copyleft, is often because I don't want just my intellectual property to remain in the commons. I want anything based on my intellectual property to remain in the commons. And so, I think an argument is pretty clear there that was the point of that. And if that is in there, if that's what's being used, that's what's being trained on, then those outputs should remain in the commons as well.
You missed the report connection.
Yeah, the difficulty is you actually have to have output which looks substantially similar to what was in the input, which is extraordinarily difficult to actually find.
I do want to say that it may have been a couple years ago. I did see someone who an LGPL, I think it was in C, and GitHub Copilot generated. It was like a 50-line function that was exactly the same, but it renamed variables. And like not as a lawyer, that seems problematic. It's not like a line of code. So, yeah, it does happen. It's how often it happens. It's kind of hard to know.
They filter that out now, so it won't
They-
give you
And that
anything
makes
like
it
that
all
now.
better, To be clear, they did
I didn't
say
say it
that
made it all better, but I'm saying that it is much harder to find that kind of stuff to sue on now.
Much harder to find is definitely an I'll ask that question for the panel. Like, leaving aside the legal instrument and whether it can be done with this mechanism or that mechanism, what do we do to prevent these things from becoming giant copyright laundering machines? Right,
Don't
so
argue for
given that that's
copyrightability
not
of the
an
model.
acceptable answer, what do we do?
Don't give it any more IP protection than it needs to have. Don't give it any. Right? That is one step for
so
it.
now it's just a public domain washing machine, and it can steal things, but I can't?
Who in this room is not using AI for coding? At all? None of you are using AI for coding?
I used it
Wow.
once.
Not a bit,
It didn't
not
work.
ever.
I do not have the technical fix to the legal system to figure out how to make everything perfect. I would say, though, that I have spent a good portion of my legal career, I guess my entire legal career, explaining to people that, free software licenses do not have a price charge associated with them because it's not economically feasible. But there is a cost associated with them. It's the theory that underlines the enforceability of the GPL is like, yeah, there's an exchange here, right? Is that like these people are giving this code away for free and they're attaching conditions to it. Some of his licensing notices, in the case of copyleft notices, they've attached conditions about like, yeah, this is the impact that I want to your point, right? For better or worse, the way these licenses have been written have been tied into the legal system. So I think there's rightfully a lot of arguments about the scope of that. But my real point around this is like the idea that everything should be owned. Whether it be software patents, whether it be cultural practices, whether it be derivative works, whether it be the output of AI models, at least for me personally, I think it's okay for me to contribute something to the common society, have an impact on other people, and that I don't always have a right to take credit or to monetize it or dictate what that person does with it. And that's part of something we should be thinking about here too, is like, yeah, it's okay to decide where you're going to put your efforts out there. It's okay to ask for compensation for it, but it's also okay for people as a society to build a culture that we can all participate in, and we don't have to constantly think about who we've just incurred a debt to.
Not as the non-lawyer, I do think that it would be unwise, based as an engineer, and unfortunately I think it's likely to happen, to start worrying about like, well, what's going to happen in the era of AI? And as an engineer, I'm like, is this going to exist long term? And the question is, because it seems really useful for some things, but like it also seems extremely expensive and nobody is making money with it. And at some point, like, someone has to pay the bills. And if you're investing up to like in the area of $1 trillion and you still can't profit from that, like how?
Somebody's gonna burn out.
Yeah, like somebody's gonna run out of money. So it starts to beg a question: is do we need to reinvent the wheel for something that may become more of a niche than people think it is?
Other questions from the audience?
Yeah, so I was wondering on the situation where we were talking about being unable to find the source from something that we're getting upstream for an open source project. I guess I'm just confused, and I want to understand more about how this is happening exactly, because it's my understanding that if a company is using an open source project, they would probably want to build it from the source code. So I'm just not sure.
It all comes in via package managers. They take everything from Maven, et cetera, et cetera.
Java and the .NET world, they're binary first, not source first. So in the enterprise world where they do dumb things, it's very easy for the package managers enable.
So why do companies like don't you want a process that says I want to know where my source code is?
They want it to be easy. They don't. Everything else.
Okay. Well, this sounds like a funding issue. Then.
No, it's a cultural practice.
It's a cultural and technology issue because Maven Central doesn't do source uploads.
So I will say that I will say that as a software engineer, I care that it's open source so that in the event that I need to modify it, I can. I don't necessarily care about like the source code as long as I have a general sense of how it runs, because I just don't have time to review it. And that's where I look at it. It's like, yep, we're going to have all these NPM packages, and they seem to do what I want, and I only have so much time, and that's what it is. Now, I care that they're open source because in a lot of cases we've had to like modify them. But if I don't need to modify them, I don't want to. Like, it's just like there is like a maintenance responsibility, and especially when you're in a small company like mine, where it's like under 15 engineers. It's like we're just building these things for a lot of people. For companies, we don't have enough time, and so I get that. Now, I think bigger companies, that is less justifiable because they simply have the resources, whereas we don't. But I understand that on some level.
Okay, at the risk of breaking the spell of timelessness, I am going to observe that we are now through the slot and through the break, and if people want to see the next talks, they are now. There is no further talk in this room today, and so if our panelists wish to continue answering questions, then please do not feel like you have to immediately stop asking. But first, I want to make sure we take a moment and thank our illustrious panelists. So Eric, McCoy, Kate, and Mark, thank you very much for taking the time.
And as a member of the board of directors of the organization that organizes this conference, I hereby give you permission to continue the panel. And I also very much thank the folks from the corporate world that are willing to come to such an unfriendly audience and have. No, seriously, I'm being absolutely genuine. It takes a lot to come to an audience completely disagrees with you and make your points respectfully, and they all did that, and I appreciate it. But of course they're wrong.
And hey, we have it all on video, so people can decide how many people in the audience disagreed with them or not. So we will see how that goes.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Josh.
I do want to make like a quick point, which I never got to make, and I think it's actually really relevant about licensing.
Please go ahead.
And one of the things is particularly in when we have these situations where people are trying to make like you can't run my software as a service with the source available licenses like Mongo had and all those kind of things. I think that is a bigger problem in like when I call the real world, where it's like you're dealing with like real small businesses, entities. And I want to give as an example is the company that I work for. We support software for abortion funds. And to be quite honest, they're committing a felony in 12 states, approximately. And so the idea that I can own that if I want to run it as a service and pay someone to run it as a service and I can only go to that vendor basically means that they are completely beholden to whether that vendor is going to resist whether some powerful government entity or something is going to do that. So there are real consequences to like these fights about really billionaires and millionaires or billionaires and billionaires, and like there's real people at the bottom of this that have consequences to their lives.
But that seems to misunderstand the problem, right? Or at least I think it does, because I have a number of clients who produce software and they include that code in their products, right? So that they offer that functionality to customers, but they don't offer it in a naked way like Amazon does. So I'm not sure that like the particular use case you're raising is an appropriate one, because if you just want to use that technology as part of your platform, you can. There's no prohibition on you personally using it.
So I would say that on a small small projects like this, you need to avoid the issue of like, you basically need to have a situation where you can pay someone to run it for you, and because realistically you cannot, and so there's like this, and you also care a lot about the ability to move service providers of some sort, like whatever those service providers are. So it kind of gets into this like, well, I mean, maybe there's a way to nuance it, but at the same time, like, there are real people at the end of this that are affected by this.
Asking a question to the room for a moment. This is the kind of room that's going to have a lot of enthusiasts for self-hosting and autonomy and all sorts of things like that. But who in this room has ever said, you know what, life is short and I could pay somebody else to host this for me? Yeah, that's about what I thought. So, like, we have the option of self-hosting. We don't always want the mandate of self-hosting. And, like, a lot of us are, you know, reasonably tech savvy and even could do that, as opposed to an organization whose job is helping people to have access to healthcare or abortions or other critical services, and whose job is not hosting something.
Well, and again, right, if it's something your organization uses, you can pay anyone you want to host it for you. What they don't want is for you to charge other people money for you hosting it for them, right? So I just don't see how your use case applies here.
Those licenses would not let you pay for that, though.
Yes, they would. That's an internal use. You're not providing it to any third party.
You're paying a third party to host it for you.
Those licenses do not prohibit that. So long as your use is internal, so long as you're not selling it to other people, so long as your business is not selling their software to other people.
At that point, you're paying for labor for a consultant to run on your instance.
Right.
So some other
right.
person-
It's for you. It's for your benefit. It's not for a third party. Those licenses would not prohibit you from doing that.
As long as they work for you instead of being an entity who does this as a job and gets good enough at it to do it for more people than just you. They
Yeah, it stops the person who becomes a contractor who's like, I would like to be the person who can host this for your company, for your company, for your company.
That's right. Yeah. The person who wants to use it has to be the one that acquires the license, not the intermediary company. Yes, that's right.
And I mean, if you think about, specialization, like that person, it is better if they become very good at hosting and being able to help and like help these companies. It lowers the cost for all companies.
I actually haven't looked at any of those licenses to figure out whether they would prescribe somebody.
Yeah.
As long as it's always your own instance.
Well, it depends on the license, but surely they wouldn't write it to be so ambiguous that you would not want to take the legal risk.
That would be evil.
So let's go on and do another question. Oh, there we go. Got another question.
Hi. I really appreciate that a lot of folks on this panel mentioned that we should be thinking about the principles about, you know, what are we trying to accomplish with these licenses rather than like what are the rules. Like to pick at the OSI a little bit, if you want to be spicy, I feel like you go to the OSI website and you see a list of rules of what it means to be open source, but you don't see an essay, an argument, here's what it does for the users, here's what it does for the community, here are the stakeholders, and here's how these licenses are serving them and why these are the rules that we came up with. So I guess, you know, when I'm thinking, like, one thing I'm thinking is that probably on Sunday would be great to have a session to discuss more of these ideas around what are the principles that we're designing these licenses for. And a question for the panel, I guess I was curious about is, I think we've touched a lot more on kind of the consumer benefits of like control over your own machine, that kind of thing, and maybe less on the sort of principles in business to business kinds of relationships, which is a lot of the kinds of software we're talking about. So curious to hear what you guys think about what are kind of the fundamental principles, what we should be trying to accomplish in terms of how business customers get treated in ways that we think are reasonable and fair, if that makes sense.
Do you mean like customers, like businesses buying from businesses?
Yeah, so like, you know, for example, I work on a team chat product, right? So our customers are mostly like, there's communities that we host for free, and there's businesses that are using team chat.
As opposed to businesses that are collaborating on something.
Yeah, like buying the software, using the software.
Is this still a session that's being recorded, or are we just like?
I believe we are still being recorded, yes?
I think the rooms are just being recorded like as a stream. So.
Yeah.
You should assume you're still being recorded.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're on a microphone, if you're not on a microphone, it won't be recorded.
He was going to say something spicy until you said that.
Yeah, if you want the off-the-record answer, it sounds like there might be one on offer later today.
No, I was just trying to clarify. I actually hadn't really thought too much about like the relationship between business consumers businesses and individuals. I think it does change that a lot, though. This came up in Denver's talk a little bit too, or at least it made me think about it a little bit more, is when you're thinking about the rights of individuals versus the rights of businesses. I mean, at least legally there is this presumption that businesses are more sophisticated than individuals and that they should be more on guard to ensure that they're getting better deals, which I think generally that's not wrong. You should be paying attention to that kind of stuff. But I think you still need to look at like those power imbalances too, right? I mean, I think that's just the reality of negotiating these relationships. For me, I feel like I've always been lucky in that when I've done contract negotiations, I've had clients who wanted win-win solutions, and that's the better long-term stuff. But some people don't want to do that, and I've certainly negotiated with other parties that are just trying to maximize their advantage right now to get as much power in hand. So I would say you should think about engaging in business relationships that you think are fair. How that translate exactly to like the open source world or software licensing, I'm not really sure, but people do need to make that decision about like what do you want from your business relationships? Do you want a fair one that's cooperative, easy to work with, long-term successful, or are you trying to get the most leverage you can now to maximize the advantage now, and who are you willing to do business with?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is really a lot to be said for the fact that, maybe not the people in this room, but I would say most people, right, when they're interacting with software, they're really interacting with cloud services. There's very few things in their lives these days that run on device, right? I mean, even, Microsoft Word right now, everything you do with it now, also on cloud, right? I mean, used to be one of the things that was definitely on device, not anymore, right? Like almost everything is on cloud. And like, okay, the cloud software uses BSD, these permissive licenses, these a bunch of GPL, whatever, right? Like, does it matter to me as a user? Does it make it any different? Does it help me in any way? No, right? Like, I do think that we have this space that I will not call it an open source space, but I think there is a space for something like an open sovereignty sort of license, right, where the software can be used by people in cloud, but for example, after a certain amount of time, even for that software, you have to provide the source code to the whole thing, right? Like, I actually think that's the solution for AI too, right? Is like these time bombs, right? Like you can release this commercially, but after 3 years, 5 years, whatever, like this has to be something that is released publicly, right? Because even for the cloud, right? Like, okay, what difference does it make to me if you're using GPL? I don't get to see the code. I don't know how the code works, right? And then more importantly, like, I don't know what you're doing with the data or where the data is going, right? And so, like, I do think, like, if most of the software that individuals are interacting with is on cloud, okay, like, open source software says nothing about most software that most individuals interact with. And I think that's, like, a strange place to be.
I think that's a really great point, and to extend that a little bit, we talked earlier about like what does right to repair mean for software if it's not like free software? What does right to repair mean for cloud if it's being hosted by somebody else? To take a moment and call attention to something that not everybody in the room might have seen, but that is related to what we do here. If anybody's seen the Stop Killing Games movement? Good, okay, surprising number of people. But yeah, like the fundamental principle there, while their version of it is specific to games, is very much like this thing has a cloud service. If the cloud service goes away, the game is dead. This should not happen. And it is the closest thing I've seen to right to repair for cloud. It's right to keep running when the cloud goes away. That is, there's a lot of ways you could interpret that for other pieces of software. There's a lot more you might want, but that sure is a first step. We need a lot more.
I just want to say that I've observed that too, and I've been actually kind of amazed at how quickly it's grown in like 2
weeks,
about how much anger and actually response that they've gotten from the payment companies.
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely, when we were talking about building relationships and coalitions, I mean, I think that's a perfect way to kind of pull this all together, is that, in digital autonomy, it's all these things. They're all part of the same problem. It's just that they're different kind of layers of the problem.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and to your point about copyright law and copyright law changes, right? I mean, I think about this not just like cloud games, but like games in general, right? Like the company making it will go out of business, right? And like, I want like the Internet Archive to pick it up, right? I want people to still be able to access it and see it. Like it's a historical thing, and like you're not around anyway. Like you're dead. Like who cares who's still playing it, right? And there should be an easy way to make that donation, but in fact it's not, right? Because they've licensed a bunch of technology that they don't have a right to like. You know, carry on, like license further after they're dead. But this is like where copyright law can step in and say like, hey, once a company goes out of business, like, you know, for archival purposes and these historical purposes, like we can give it to these entities that will manage it and still like keep it alive in some way. That is definitely a missing piece. But that's the difficulty, right? Like this is why like you can't find like certain episodes of TV on like Netflix or whatever, right? Because they licensed a song, but they licensed the song for the episode to play on CBS. And so now that it's on Netflix and it has that song, that episode can't be on Netflix, right? And like this is, you know, is a little bit of silliness in my opinion.
Okay. So other questions from folks who haven't asked a question yet? Anybody? Sure. And a big thank you to our panel for sticking around longer and being willing to answer questions.
Since we're in overtime, my question is, are you open to a little bit of feedback? Because the rules are supposed to be, I just ask you questions, but I wanted to kind of jump in, but also honor the rules.
Yes, that's your question.
That is my question.
No, that's fine.
Hit us.
If it's on topic, then let's see.
Yes,
You know.
I'm kidding.
All right, so for Eric, I think digital autonomy is probably a good summary, but also it's terrible branding. So if we can stick with the things that actually have leverage long term and get people behind it, like right to repair, like that's got running room.
Yeah.
Like let's put our energy into that because we actually need to build coalitions here.
I agree completely. I honestly, I think I use digital autonomy because I think it summarizes more, but it's just simply because that's the word that I saw. So I don't.
Can
yeah.
you do?
Let's rotate it around a little bit more.
Okay, just really, just.
Let's rotate it around.
Okay.
Anybody else who has a question they want to ask the room? All right.
Yeah, I just kind of speaking to this idea of everyone's on cloud services and such. At least my understanding is part of why the licensing could matter in this sense is for businesses or individuals being able to create APIs, being able to understand where those connections are, and then being able to host, you know, cloud alternatives of the same piece of software. I understand from a proprietary model that you're just making our exact competing software, but using copyright as like a way to do that seems sensible to me. I guess when I hear the idea of an exploding clause, my brain first goes to, well, maybe we started at 3 years, but what stops it from being 70 years plus the lifetime of the creator? I mean, it seems like one of these things that, do you put it as part of fair use? Do you put it as part of like, what is the legal mechanism that creates an incentive for people to actually release the things that would be necessary to host these products?
So I mean, one of the most common examples of like exploding licenses, like that's the business software license, right? Which is, you know, it is essentially a commercial license, but says like we revert this to an MIT license or something else permissive, usually after a certain amount of time. There's a lot of variations of this, but that's like one of the most common ones that you see. And if the company is still around, right, like you could enforce the license, right? I mean, a license is a license, like you could enforce it. Why not? The question is what happens if they go out of business before that runway, right? Then that's an issue, yeah. But I think like, you know, what I don't like and where I don't want to push companies is to this like very binary choice of like I'm either totally open source or I'm totally commercial, right? And like if you're gonna give me a bunch of shit like for licensing, like let's say under BSL, right, where I say it's commercial but in 3 years I'll make it public, like if you're gonna like slam me and drag me for it, well I'm not gonna do it and I'm just gonna make it commercial, right? Because that's the hilarious thing is that like all these companies that like switched, if they just started out commercial, no one would have said a word to them. So you're sort of incentivizing people to go towards like that binary side, and I don't really think that's good. I would rather get something than nothing, personally. I mean, you know, they should be forthright, right, that this is not really open source, that this is some sort of in the middle, but if they're forthright about it, I am okay with people experimenting.
Really good call out, Kate, by the way. Like making that distinction of it's important that they be honest about what they're doing,
Yeah.
which is a different thing to blast them for, as opposed to, you know, doing this thing that is time locked.
Yeah.
Those are distinct, and we should treat them differently, sure. Yeah. So we had a really awesome session here, and a lot of amazing questions, a lot of amazing discussion. A thought to leave you with: there is a board with a bunch of little Post-its on it for organizing unconference topics. And after having this wonderful conversation, I imagine a lot of people might have a lot of thoughts for where to take it from here, whether it is how to work on public policy, how to work on branding, how to work on next steps, innovating on license terms, how to deal with AI, how to deal with the challenges of the day. If you have a fun idea, consider putting a Post-it note up. Consider reading all of the other Post-it notes that are there and putting dots of interest for what you might be excited about. So it sounds like our organizer would like to add something to that.
I'm not actually an organizer, but I'm going to represent. I mean, I work for the organization organizing it. But since Tracy's not here, I just want to let everybody know, because if you stayed this long, you're really interested in these topics. We did not get many submissions on the legal track this year. We actually had to construct this panel. And so a lot of people think because they're not a lawyer, they can't talk about a legal topic. You certainly can.
I sure can talk
and
about a
should,
legal topic.
Because legal and policy are, they sort of bleed to each other. Just start your talk with, I am not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, just like Eric did, and you can give a talk on any topic you want. And I encourage you to submit next year on this track.
So yeah, try something this year for the unconference, try something next year for the legal track or for this conference, you know, see everybody in Vancouver. And thank you everybody for participating and making this a successful session, and thank you again to our panelists.
Thank you.
And thanks to the AV team for having 5 mics available. That made it much nicer. Yeah, absolutely.
I wasn't English, but I meant what I said. Thank you for coming. And you see how different we are. Here we invite people to disagree with us. We don't tamper with ballots and lie about elections to hide that people disagree with us.
I did not write that election code, so
I wanted to add, like, I
But
didn't
you are the
single you out for things where it was like, you know, a little bit of disagreement, but like, I actually really appreciate, okay, good. I really actually appreciate the position you're representing, and that's why I wanted to amplify your nuance at the end there. Like, I have a lot more respect for people using the BSL and saying it's not open, but here's why, than I do for the people who are using the BSL and say it's open source. Like, that's the one that's really destroying the brand. And if they could stop that, then we could have the arguments about what the best way to make, like, give me a little time to make some money would be. But first, like, I think hopefully we can all agree that we need to stop letting people say open when it's not.
Yeah,
That's hurting.
I don't think there's any disagreement from me on that.
I appreciate hearing that. So there's not any disagreement about that from the people in the open source community. I appreciate hearing that there is a disagreement on that from a proponent of the BSL and similar licenses. That's really helpful to know, and it's nice when people who are proponents of those shout that.
Yeah,
So thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to keep in mind is that, like, some of the people who are most, like, misusing the phrase are VCs.
Oh yeah.
So they're not even
Or the
engineers.
companies who are directly told by VCs to say that.
Yeah, so it's not
Oh,
the
yeah.
engineers, it's not the people writing the code, it's not even the people trying to make the money, right? It's the VCs in the system who don't know shit. And
Yeah,
who are frankly
absolutely.
extremely annoying people, right? And it is impossible to teach them anything.
Bootstrap companies unite.
That's actually where a lot of the pond scum is coming from.
You'll get no argument here. Yeah.
Sorry if anyone's a VC.
Yep. Well, anyway, much appreciated. Thanks for representing. Like, we had 4 really distinct points of view, and I'm glad we had all 4 of them. Made for a great panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The other thing I wanted to say,
And I hope you don't mind me cutting it. I'm trying to keep it rotating around, but like, you know.
did I do a bad thing?
It's all right. I'm trying to be the extra caution, like, is there a question mark in there somewhere? But, you know, we're towards the end, we're over time, it's okay, yeah. It was all right.
So the thing I wanted to say was, it looked like you were kind of shocked at how many people weren't working with AI right now, but there's really just 2 reasons for that. The first is that a lot of us just have a bit of skepticism about quality, and the second is, as you can tell, we're interested in licensing, and right now it feels pretty murky. So those 2 things together are kind of creating a social herding thing, where the answer you got today is not the answer you're going to get a year from now. So,
I hope that it's substantially different, but I hope it's substantially different in, you know, the negative direction.
I mean, it would not shock you to know I'm married to like an open source engineer, right? And that like that's a big like part of my social cohort. But even they like are like, this stuff's amazing. I'm vibe coding on the weekend, right? Like,
I mean, it's interesting
know.
to see what the current state of it is, but at the same time, like, I lived through SCO-V IBM. I do not understand how we are tolerating vibe coding and not saying, what kind of effed up mess are you making, and I want it nothing to do with my code base. Like, how?
But here's the point I'll make, right? Like, the people who are like, we will make cancer diagnoses based on a black box where we don't know how it works, and we would like you to pay money for it.
Yeah.
Those are the same people who are like, yes, we would like to give you black box code, and it's fine, right? If they think curing cancer this way is fine, then they think writing code is obviously fine, right?
I mean,
right?
so what you're saying is they're consistently wrong
They're
across the board.
consistently wrong, yes.
No, you'll get no argument there, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And they're also the people who are like, you know, I'm vibe coding already, so why shouldn't I be sloppy about licensing in general? Because it makes no sense to be careful about licensing if I'm stirring it all into an LLM. Yeah? Yeah? No, I mean, honestly, like, you know, copyright is a tool, other things are a tool. Any means to, you know, LLMs delenda est. LLMs must die. Anyway.
I mean, people like use LLMs to code for different reasons, right? Like, there's people who don't know how to code and who can like put up a website now.
There was an AI researcher who took a whole class full of people who had never coded before, and within a weekend with Claude, he had them build a full stack web application and launch it. Right? Within a weekend, right? So like, and it was like pretty interesting stuff. Like you know, like one person was doing something related to video editing and et cetera, right? So like these people were doing not big things, but like useful things for them in their lives. And like if he can do that with Claude today, with a bunch of people who don't know anything, like I'm extraordinarily skeptical of the view that this is like a blip and it's gonna go away. There's no way. Like that is not what I am seeing. What I am seeing is like companies cutting the number of engineers they have substantially because people are writing code much faster, and because
Or at least because the senior leadership thinks they are.
Yeah. I still wonder
Or the senior
when they've
leadership
cut a
is
bunch
trying
of
to force
them.
them to write code faster because
Right.
there's less people now.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, I don't know what it's like for a coder, right? But I know what it's like for a human, right, with language, right? And like, I see lawyers around me who are like, yeah, we have the AI do the first draft, and then I fix it up. And like before, they would have needed, you know, an assistant or a junior attorney to do it. And I'm like, okay, well, if that's how the coding people are thinking about it, that makes sense to me.
And then they're getting fined by judges for citing cases that don't exist, and like.
Well, that's what
I'm
Well,
saying
they've
like,
got a
that's what it is
responsibility
in
to
that.
check the work.
Well, sure, but I mean that's what it's like in the legal field, and it's kind of like that in the software field. Is it will absolutely, if you're lucky, it'll call an API that doesn't exist, and it won't compile. If you're not lucky,
it's a little bit easier with code, right? Because it'll tell you if it's broken. It won't compile.
You hope,
right?
yeah. It's like a lot of it's being done in JavaScript, where it won't tell you if it's broken until it hits the point. Yeah.
You can write bad code with or without AI, right? And you can review code whether or not it was written by AI. Like, I don't know.
But I think the risk models are a little bit different in that for legal, you know, you're doing a contract with one entity. There's sort of only one entity that can exploit a flaw in the contract. With software, just the nature of security is that any of your customers or potential users, or even people who are not a user, can potentially exploit a dangerous flaw in your software. And as a result, the burden of review to make sure that something is safe to put into your production environment is very different, I think.
This is the conversation I have with clients all the time, because they call me and they're like, you're an IP attorney, tell me about the IP risk. And I'm like, I don't care about the IP risk, I care about the security risk. And they're like, what now? And this is it, right? Because I'm like, look, if you're using a package manager, at least that's going to fetch you like the latest and greatest. If you're using an LLM, it's going to give you what it's seen the most, which may be the thing that had the vulnerability in it, right? That has since been patched, right? And like, what does it look like when you have a whole bunch of people who are very used to 90% of the code base being like open source Jenga pieces that like scanners work on and people are looking at and turn up in like, you know, vulnerability lists and whatever, and then that 90% shrinks and shrinks and shrinks.
And now it's code that a black duck will never find because it's never existed before.
Right, and there's no scanner, there's nobody else looking at it, right? So you would expect that, like, as the engineering group shrinks, the security group gets bigger, right? But I'm not seeing that. And I've even asked people, I'm like, have you done any testing, like any sampling, like to see like security risks of like human written code versus AI written code? And they all look at me like I'm crazy, and I'm just like, well, what are you paying money for, right? Like,
well with the IP aspect of it is, I think there's I don't know if it's universal. I know back in the early days of open source, there were a lot of people who were like, copyright shouldn't exist, but if it does, here's copyleft to try to, play some judo. But like a lot of those people would say, hey, if copyright went away, we'd be copyleft would die with it, but hey, that would be a win. And I think with today's world, I don't know what fraction of people would say, but like, I would like copyright to not exist. I don't think it should be a thing, but as long as it exists, I want it to be symmetric, and I don't want the world where the LLM can rip everybody off, but I can't. And the day that I can copy Windows or Nintendo or iOS and get in zero legal trouble for it, then I will stop caring about whether LLMs can do it, because I can do it too.
Right, which is exactly why I remember this conversation on like the legal network list, right? And the first time people started talking about like Copilot, and Bradley comes on and is like, these models should be licensed under GPL. And I'm like, no, they shouldn't be licensed as anything, because they are built upon the entire world's human knowledge. Like, they should not get copyright. No one should be able to own that.
See, there's where I'm going to strongly disagree. Like, as long as copyright exists, they should be a derivative work of 100 million things, and therefore they can't exist. Success. But like, they have no legal right to exist. They're arguing fair use while literally breaking every point of fair use. They are massive. They are competing with the original work that they've slurped in directly. They're making massive money on. Like, under what sane rule is it fair use other than we've gotten people using them so much that we're terrified to say they can't, which is, I think, their strategy. Like, it's so metastasized into so many things so rapidly that we're scared to kill it.
Or
We allowed
to
the
tax it,
photocopier. We allowed the photocopier. We allowed verbatim copies to be made of things we knew were copyrighted.
Verbatim isn't scary.
I'm not sure I agree with that. But what I do agree with is that to the extent that we make the models, everyone should be able to use them. Right?
Sure.
Like, this is why I don't think they should be copyrighted. This is why also I think, like, to the extent that people want to make them commercially available, which come with the time bomb, right? Because you don't want to get to the point where, like, all the world's knowledge is in the AIs, no one posts on GitHub, right? No one posts on Slashdot, and now the only way to have access to knowledge is through paying for AI. Like, that's what I don't want.
But that's the one I'm wondering, like, would it actually kill AI to say, like, go train on all the permissively licensed stuff and give me the list of the 200 million repositories that you trained on? Like, you could argue it's not useful. I would argue it's incredibly useful.
I mean, can't help you with anything related to Linux, right? Hasn't seen it.
Also have the AI that's trained on all the GPL code and only use that one to write GPL code. Like, you could train 5 different models.
You could train that on permissively licensed code too.
Yeah, absolutely. You can use the one that was trained on permissively licensed
But
code
I'm
to
not
write.
sure what the difference is, because even with the permissively licensed code, when it gives you a derivative work, it's not attributing. Right? You're violating the license either way.
Let's fix that. Let's absolutely.
There's no way to fix that. Because for any piece of code that you tell me, like, okay, we're going to attribute, I'm like, great. I can pull off like 10,000 projects that use that line of code. And how are you going to tell me which one of them came up with it first?
Textual was never the point, though. Like, that goes back to the whole, you've seen What Color Are My Bits, right? Like, there's an old article about, like, software engineers want to say, oh, well, this prime is illegal because it's also, a thing that unzips to a copyrighted piece of software. So this, you can't make math illegal. And they're making the mistake of, like, well, those bits, if they came from a prime, are fine. And those bits, if they came from this software, are not fine. Yes, they're the same bits, but, like, it matters where you got them from.
I mean, AI-generated code could be required to have an attribution that says this was generated using Claude such and such. Here is the website that lists the 100 million software projects that are.
Who's that help?
It would be an attempt to comply with the license, and it would market all of that open source software to every single person using Claude code.
It would market all the open source in the world.
It's like attribution documents today. You get a wall of text, and if nobody reads them, and they're not really processable by anything.
Not only that, but even if you had an archive of quote-unquote all the open source, who is going to be able to read the archive, right? Because that's not like normal technology where you can just go and like access terabytes worth of data. Like, you would kill any normal computer.
The license requirement is not, well, it depends. For permissively licensed stuff, it would just be that they need to, they have this wall, this archive of here's all the copyright notices.
How does this benefit anyone?
I'm just talking about what the license would seem to require, like, that they have chosen to ignore.
That's one of my issues. I mean, this is my talk that I gave earlier was about taking those attributions and putting them into an SPDX SBOM using their license rubrics, because at least then it's machine processable.
Yeah.
And if you want to search and say, did this come from
Right.
XYZ project, you can then discover that much more nimbly than you can with a .text file that's attached
But
to the
I'll give
repo.
you like the stupidest example, right? Like I have a customer who, for whatever reason, is looking at snippets found by Blacktop, and I've told them not to. Okay, so we look at a snippet. The snippet's like, oh, we think you're like including like all of Chromium in your product, and I'm like, no, this product has nothing to do with that. There's no way they're including all of Chromium. And we dig into it, and of course, it's like a line of OpenSSL that is identified because it's also in Chromium, and that
Which means in practice, they should have cited OpenSSL.
But this is the problem with attribution. How are you supposed to know where it actually originated? How do you know that it's not the first package, right? Like I would argue that like there's almost no way to know for like a short amount of code like where it actually came from. You could attribute it to 10,000 different places, and who does that help?
Or
I mean,
even
I would
that,
also-
or even that the developer happened to have seen OpenSSL at some point in their life, something stuck in their head, and then they thought they originally generated that code out of their brain, forgetting that they saw OpenSSL at some point in the past, and then don't attribute it, and now you got.
But again, the attribution is not like this is like not the thing. Like who like even if I were to give you 10,000 attributions for every suggestion in every file of the whole product, okay, I've given you a 1 million page attribution. Who is that for? Like that's just a tax. That's just a tax on writing
So
code.
among many other things, it is for the various other AIs of like, that's what you trained on, so we know where your AI learned from. We know what was the input to that AI.
But that should be on the model development,
No, I
not
mean,
on the person using
so-
the model.
So maybe taking a little bit of a legal theory perspective to this. Like, okay, so OpenAI, should be doing this attribution thing. Sue them. What are the damages, right? Like, it's very, sort of like,
Yeah.
What is the harm that they're causing by failing to be compliant in
Well,
this way?
this is why the one case against Copilot GitHub doesn't have a copyright claim, right? It has a DMCA claim, right, that you're stripping the attribution, but there's no copyright infringement claim. And the reason why is because most open source doesn't have a registered copyright, therefore doesn't have standing to sue for statutory damages.
And that's before you even get into any kind of merger analysis, whether or not it qualifies for copyright in the first place, whether or not there's a fair use for using that particular piece
Yeah,
of
and
code.
a lot of the examples that you can word for word reproduce might be like not long enough that there's
Yeah,
a good,
snippet of
it'll be
code,
like
it's tough to say that, you need
the
a
Oracle versus
modicum of
Google.
creativity, but when you're talking about code, a modicum of creativity needs to be, we're not talking about a Monet here, we're talking about things that ultimately translate down to binary bits. So unless there's like specific variable names,
Yeah, and how are you
specific
gonna
comments.
how are you gonna tell me it's creative if it's used in 1,000 projects? Like
No,
really?
no, I mean, the original creator created it, and
It was clearly very creative because it was useful enough 999 other projects.
but
to use it.
usefulness
No,
negates
no, no.
copyright.
But like, look, the Hobbit is creative, even though millions of copies have been printed. I don't think that argument, that specific argument, that other
No, that
people
totally
have wanted
works.
it.
That is a real argument. Like you can't copyright things that have purely functional elements. Like you have to have creative expression, and something that just does a thing that is functional is not copyrightable.
But if I take an AI and I train it on 3 code bases, just 3 code bases, and then I use it to generate more code, then you can argue it's not a derivative of those 3 code bases?
No, it is because it's small enough.
Okay, so why is
But you-
copyright infringement okay if I do it at massive scale of trillions of dollars?
Because you're much less likely to create an output that's actually direct work of something in the training data.
Or because you're much less likely to be successfully sued?
We had this problem with
They're the
music
same
like
thing.
decades ago. It's
I
like,
mean-
how many notes do you have to change before you're making your own work versus you're just reproducing somebody else? And it was like 1 out of 8 notes. You got to change it, and then you're doing your own thing. I have a question for like everyone here, very loudly. Do you agree that if a human is allowed to do it, an LLM should be allowed to do it, and vice versa?
LLMs are not humans.
But okay, anybody else?
No, I don't agree with
It's
that.
not symmetrical. Is it symmetrical for you?
I haven't thought about this issue deeply enough to give you an answer now.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I think it's a very situation-specific question, so it
Yeah.
depends on the situation.
Yeah,
Well, I
I'd
think
say
that's a good
I'd say that it's probably underframed. Like the LM is not exactly an entity. I don't know. I'm
So,
I think it's potentially legit to have different rules for humans versus.
so here's the question, the underlying question in my mind. You mentioned Oracle versus Google. Is that the JVM implementation?
Yeah, specifically the thing that they
You're about
actually
API
had
copyright.
late
The
in their thing was
APIs.
here's like, well, they also had less than 50 lines of block of code that had been clearly literally copy pasted,
Right.
and then but then you get to the question, these 50 lines that you can prove without a doubt they copy pasted. Is there even copyright in this 50 lines of whatever string manipulation thing it was?
So I feel like I read a book on how JVM bytecode works, and I write my own clean room JVM, clean room including reading that book, and I implement my own JVM. I should be allowed to do that, right?
Well, the thing that occurred in Oracle v. Google is that they told some people to do that, and some of the people were too lazy to do that. But some of the employees were too lazy to do that and just copied things and so on, and it gets very muddled.
Well, there's an implicit thing here, which is that humans don't have perfect memory, and like whatever it is that is the human's memory, that's the standard you're using there, right?
Which I believe there are actually cases and case law for if you have an eidetic memory and you go read a thing and then step away from it and then reproduce it exactly, you have in fact violated copyright even though the medium that you copied it through was your brain. Like, if you reproduced it exactly, you copied it, even if you did so by memorizing it.
Well, but this is also the thing with the clean room implementation, right? The people in there are supposed to have never been exposed to the thing.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And
if we
almost
had a
every
clean room
organization.
LLM, then, that would be interesting.
But then an LLM wouldn't work because you need all that training data. Otherwise, the
Oh,
LLM doesn't
no.
work.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think is interesting about the thesis that they're allowed to do anything with once it's been laundered through this training process, there's sort of no obligation there, is that it doesn't just apply to open source software. GitHub could decide that actually all of the software, including the proprietary software on GitHub,
They did.
that they're allowed to use, freely, including potentially trade secrets of their customers and so on. And maybe you can argue that those trade secrets, there's a different legal theory for how that's a complaint that you can make against GitHub. But, it's a little bit undermining of the idea of any form of copyright or secrecy. Like if Slack were to, if that legal theory were to hold, Slack could decide, even though we promised to our customers that we wouldn't train LLMs on their things, actually,
We're
just
train it on all
allowed
your
to,
private chats.
anything that we have in our possession, we're allowed to do as training. That's the new legal theory of OpenAI. We're going to apply that to our own stuff.
But I think that this is a little bit different because when you put things on GitHub and it's in a private repo, right, the confidentiality terms of use apply. This is not the same thing as like, I've trained on a blog somewhere. Like, yes, copyright applies, but I don't have any confidentiality obligations then. So you're kind of mixing two different things.
But how is that different from this is open source software, which you're allowed to use and do all these things, but only if you comply with the terms of the license, which they're choosing not to do?
I'm saying that the difference between the public repo and the private repo is the obligation of confidentiality.
Why is the obligation of confidentiality more important than the obligation of license compliance?
I'm not saying it's more important, but I'm just
But
saying
it's
it's
a
different.
different
Legal theory
rubric,
is
so you can't
I agree that it's different. Just, it sounded like you were saying that one you needed to comply with.
But they're
and the
just
other you didn't.
completely different analyses. You
Sure.
just can't mix them together because they're completely different verticals, and you have to start at the beginning and
Yeah,
work
so
your
like
way up.
the question of Slack training on all that data is not primarily a copyright question, it's primarily a confidentiality question.
But they're not, they're going to claim, we're not disclosing that data. We just fed it into our crazy computer algorithm.
But then you're using a copyright, fair use and transformative use is what the LLMs are using to get around the idea of ingesting public
it's not hard
code.
to
But
imagine.
when it's a private contract, because you have a contract with the vendor and you have agreed to specific terms and conditions, that's not a copyright analysis anymore, that's a contract analysis.
But like, playing devil's advocate for a moment, it's not hard to see how they would go down that legal theory. They could make the same argument of, if I go to a company and I sign an NDA and I learn a bunch of trade secrets in my profession as a software engineer, and then I leave the company and I don't have a non-compete, and then I use things I learned not directly copied, but like through
Now you're
whatever
throwing in a
synthesis-
third legal theory, which is
know.
non-compete, so that's
Wait,
another
wait,
mess.
I know.
Putting aside the legal theories, I'm actually like more okay with GitHub training on proprietary code, because then at least the open source and the proprietary licenses are on equal terms. Like, right? Like I can't have I can have proprietary code that I just don't share with anyone, but I share binaries. But if I'm gonna GPL my code, which is how I prefer to release my code, like, I can't do that. I have to give you the source code. And so therefore, an LLM is able to train on it.
So if there was like a WikiLeaks LLM, would that be good for you?
Like,
Submit your
I'm not
code,
sure
we'll
how I
train
feel.
on whatever you give us.
I'm not sure how I feel about LLMs in general, but like, just I feel like at least on some level, I'd like them to be fair to both GPL and proprietary
Josh's
code.
example of things in your head is a very interesting sort of like data point to think about, or sort of special case for this question of should, a computer program, an LLM, be treated like a human for this purpose.
I mean, my reasoning down that line is basically, there is, to the best of my knowledge, and I would actually really appreciate correction from the lawyers in the room here, but to the best of my knowledge, there's no specific written law that says, like, copyright doesn't apply to a thing that's in a human brain. It's just that we don't actually apply the legal theories of, like, oh, your brain is a derivative work of this book you read, because the result of that would be unconscionable, so we don't do it. But to the best of my knowledge, there's no specific written thing that says brains aren't copyrightable. It's just, well, of course they're not.
Well, the brain isn't, but the original source is copyrighted. And then if you create an output that...
Well, there sort of is, in the sense that copyright protects certain monopoly rights, right? The right to create a modification, the right to distribute it, right? The right to display, public form, like, right? Use is not one of those rights.
Sure.
It is explicitly not one of those rights. And it does encompass this, right? Because, like, reading a book cannot be a copyright violation.
But I've made a copy of it. It's imprinted on the neurons in my brain.
Yeah, we're not
And then you made a second copy of it on paper.
Right, exactly.
So now that's a copy of the original work. And so you made a copy.
Right, the argument I'm making is, like, if you interpreted copyright literally, there's a copy of all sorts of things in my brain, and my brain is a derived work of these various works. And the only reason we don't do that is not because there's a law somewhere that says this doesn't apply to brains. It's because that would be unconscionable, so we just wouldn't even bring it to court, would be laughed out of court. But there is no such law that says that you can't copyright an LLM as a derived work of all of these various things. And there's nothing that says it couldn't apply to an LLM.
There is a law about that, because in order for something to be a derivative work, it actually has to contain some of the expression of the original. A model in and of itself does not contain expression of the original. No. The output does. The model does not. The model is a sea of numbers. The model does not have anything in it that resembles the expression.
My zip file is a sea of numbers, and it has nothing in it that resembles the expression.
Except there's a difference between a one-to-one correlation when you do a compression versus a multiple.
How about my lossy JPEG?
Extremely lossy, though. And again, not a one-to-one, but a multiple-to-one, right? It is not the same. When you do a JPEG, you have one picture and you have one JPEG.
So if I take 100 movies and I strap them together, the first bit of the first movie, then the first bit of the second movie, etc., and then I zip that, now have I created a work that is uncopyrightable, I can distribute it completely freely, it's public domain, and those 100 movies thus are now by...
because you're still doing it in the same medium. You're still distributing a video.
No, I'm not. I'm distributing like a very strangely constructed file that is a bunch of ones and zeros. In some sense, like I think that it is very difficult to find any technical distinction between the crazy thing that I just described, that you can combine it with some software and output,
The difference
things.
is that in the case of the picture, you could still, with enough effort, decide that, like, this bit of movie, it corresponds to this bit of zeros and ones. You could actually do that. You cannot do that with an LLM.
It's all scrambled
you can
together.
do that with an LLM. It's just that there's 10 billion things mixed in, but it's still derived from those things.
It's like a different kind of lossy, though, because depending on how you prompt, you get different aspects of the same picture. So if you write 100 different prompts, you put all the pictures together, you probably reconstruct the thing.
I mean, the model also...
With my crazy compression thing, there's lots of...
The model does forget.
Yeah, it's a lossy compression. That's why the correct sort of comparison is
but
a compressed.
copyright law doesn't allow that. Copyright law, you actually have to have something that you're saying is a derivative work of the original thing. You can't say that theoretically it could be a derivative. You actually have to find the derivative, right? Which is why, like,
But
on the output side,
if you take the output filters off, like the output filters are strapped onto the LLM. If you took the output filter off, you can very easily ask it, what's on page 12 of this book?
Except, we have the Google Books case, right? Google went, scanned every book on Earth. Now you can search books. Why did Google win the fair use case, even though they have literally every copy one-to-one fidelity, right? Why is that okay? Because of those safety things that they put on top that don't allow them to actually reproduce the entire book. So like you're trashing the safety things that they're putting on top that the Supreme Court said were good and won them for use.
Do you understand how Google won that case? Like, I don't know, I was very surprised by that outcome. And I'm curious if you have any.
I mean, my understanding was that part of the reason that they won that case was that they made the argument that we are not killing the market for the original book. We are a search engine. We help you find a thing in the book, and the outcome of that may be that you wish to buy the book. It's the same argument for why their search engine doesn't destroy the market for
So they marketed on, they were sort of able to win on the effect of their behavior was not, going to produce sales of the book in a way which LLMs clearly don't have that property.
LLMs directly compete with artists, authors, software engineers. Like, they are reducing the market for the original work very heavily.
Well, and particularly, they weren't scanning to provide you with the expressive elements of the book. Like, they weren't doing it so that now you could get the gist of how Marx felt on page 109, right? They were doing it specifically for location purposes. So not so you could enjoy Marx's expression, but so that you could find it and buy it, right? Or find it and go get it in the library. That was the key thing in the case, right? They call it a non-expressive use.
That seems like an argument against LLMs being a fair use.
Right.
That seems like an argument against LLMs being a fair use. Like my understanding is that like right now, like Google's Gemini summaries are like really hurting publisher websites. Like that, like down search engine traffic down like 40% for some of them.
If I take an LLM and I train it on all the world's source code, but the thing that I use the LLM for is to provide a service of, could you tell me an open source project that I might be able to use to solve my problem and point me to the original code, that LLM has a much better fair use argument because it's a way to find a project that I can use, not replace that project.
Now, I think one thing though, which is relevant, is that even if it were to be found that AI models were a derivative work of all of those things, what would in practice happen? Well, I think that the OpenAI would be like, okay, yeah, you have to use our hosted version. Great for us. There's no self-hostable AI. Like that would be their theory about it.
So I don't think that's the only thing they said. Like, in an ideal world, the outcome I would like to see happen is neural networks are a derived work of the training data. The output of a neural network is the derived work of the neural network. Therefore, the output of a neural network is the derived work of all the training data. Whether you're hosting it or not. That's the output